Hello, everybody. I'm Meso.
And I'm Eljay.
And streaming to you from a golden beach, this is Knack and Jay.
Oh, boy.
Was it timed, right?
Yeah, I mean, mostly.
All right.
I think
it's a work in progress.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done this in 7 months, so.
And even then, our music system kind of got completely botched a long time ago. So
whoopsies,
please forgive us if it wasn't timed. You're okay. It's all right. So, hello everybody. It's been a while. We already have 24 people watching. We're gonna give some people a few minutes to filter in. So please say hello. Let us know how we sound. I'm very curious. Knack and Jay isn't dead. It's alive. You know the old saying, the Frankenstein story, where the guy says to the other guy, "It's alive."
Yeah, you know that classic saying where that one guy goes, "It's alive," describing a guy that became alive? It's a classic. You know that one?
Dude, I love that one. It's so epic.
Yeah.
I've read that one.
Yeah.
I love that one. So just let us know how we sound. I'm curious. This is gonna be a fun one. We got a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover, not enough time. It's probably going to be a long one, I warn you. I do have some kind of house cleaning notes, some updates, but I want to save those because I want to introduce our guest of honor for the day. Knack and Jay's returning with a bang because we have a guest. Mary, would you like to introduce yourself for all the lovely BIONICLE fans flooding in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've introduced myself to this channel and Keep the Peace 4 different times. Does not get any easier. This sucks. So if it sounds like I'm reading from a script, that's because I am. I'm just I'm Mary. I'm an avid reader and an aspiring author who specializes in original content. I also do character design, which isn't important, but I feel like I should say it because I like gassing myself up. I have a million bajillion characters and too much free time. My relationship with Lego is tumultuous. My main point of contact with the company was in Ninjago. I used to like it a lot, and now it just irritates me to no end. But I'll get into that more later. It's not important now. Just know that my feelings on Ninjago change a lot. They fluctuate. And right now, they're /neg. Cannot stand it. As for BIONICLE, didn't know much about it growing up at all. The maximum exposure I'd gotten was the Mari commercials. I remember watching those on air.
Which is hilarious.
And then, yeah. And then my cousin Noelle used to have sets, and I thought they were neat. That's about it. My relationship with TTV, I had no clue what it was at all. My best friend AJ was like, "You should watch this Danganronpa Let's Play." And I was like, "Sure." Watched 2 episodes, then didn't watch anymore. That's a fun fact about me. Didn't have time or the energy to watch another Danganronpa Let's Play after I'd watched one already. And then AJ was like, "You should watch Ninjago Cast." And I was like, "Sure. It's quarantine. I have nothing better to do but cry." So I did that. And then all of a sudden, I started liking TTV.
Yay!
Eventually, I met Tyler through AJ. We became friends. And then we are no longer friends because relationships grow and change, and that's code for we kiss now. So that's fun. A positive improvement in my life.
Yeah!
Eventually, he was like, "Since you're dating me, you should get into BIONICLE." And I was like, "Fine, you watched Glee for me, so that's only fair. And I can't say no to a cute boy." So I said yes. Now I'm here on a podcast with the LJ Johnson of
Hello.
the TTV channel and Meso Knack, feeling like I want to throw up.
Wow.
So
You're doing great.
I'm here.
This is gonna
Hi.
be fine. You're doing great.
I'm sweating.
It's
Okay,
alright.
cool.
Yeah. Meso's not feeling well. You feel like you want to throw up. I'm fine. I just didn't get sleep, but that's normal. So I'm doing swell.
Yeah.
This is the rare opportunity where I think LJ feels the most alive out of everybody.
Wait.
Because Mary's dying of anxiety, and I'm dying of sickness.
Wow, what's happened?
I'm very much down with the sickness. My throat hurts, and it's yeah, it's not great. So I'm gonna be trying to put on a brave face.
It's all right.
Thank you, Mary.
Mary, when you throw up from anxiety, and Messa, when you throw up from sickness, I'll just do a sympathy, a sympathy upchucking.
Sympathy.
Sympathy. Yeah, that way we're all throwing up.
Sympathy? Oh, how sweet. Thank you, Eljay.
Solidarity, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
You're
And
welcome.
Thank you for that intro, Mary.
You're welcome.
So that is the premise for today's episode. Mary is a new Bionicle fan in the year 2024, which is a pretty weird time to get into Bionicle. And I think there's a lot of discussion value that comes from that, especially with her being a former Ninjago fan. There's a lot of like conversation that can be had about that and like the state of Lego and her thoughts on Bionicle, kind of not coming from a perspective of the community, which is inherently like kind of warped
already a
nowadays
good
because
thing.
of how we've all. Yeah, I mean,
You're off to a good start.
yeah, I mean, for better or worse, the people who are Bionicle fans nowadays have grown up with it, and there's a lot of weirdness that comes from that, both good and bad. So
Sycophants.
I
He
think
means
a fresh-
sycophants and power-hungry sociopaths.
There are a lot of those. There are also just a lot of like very devoted people. There's people who have rose-colored glasses for it. There's people who have developed a hatred for it because of resentment, because of its 2 cancellations. There's a lot of negative and positive emotions, and I'm just really curious to get a fresh, unbiased perspective. So that's what we're going to do today. Before we jump into that, I want to do a few quick housekeeping notes because it's been like a literal year since we recorded one of these, although we did release the one we did at Brick Fair in the interim year, about 2023. So, for starters, hey guys, if you'd like to support us, there are a few ways you can do that. Number one, you could give this video a like. That really helps. You could subscribe, ding the notification bell for more videos. There have been a lot lately, which is weird. You could also check out our other channel, Keep the Peace, which is our Lego system-based channel, which we've still been doing stuff on this whole time. Most recently, not to toot my own horn, but I've released 2 videos that I'm fairly happy with, and they're a little proof of concept for video styles I want to do more of, specifically Bionicle videos I want to do more of, but these are not about Bionicle, they're about system. There's one I did on Lego Mario. It's the fatal flaw of Lego Super Mario, which is why I tell you why Lego Super Mario actually sucks. And then there's one I did 2 days ago, how I learned to let go and love Lego modular buildings, where I tell you how modular buildings are actually cool. So if you want to check those out, they're live on Keep the Peace. And lastly, if you want to check us out on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/the TTV channel, where for as low as $1 a month, you can join our patron-only Discord server, where we have fun conversations about all our favorite Lego themes, and you can also be featured in the little box up there, the patron chat text pop-up box on the video. And any support is greatly appreciated because they help keep the TTV message boards up and running, which is a fun place for Lego discussion at board.ttvchannel.com. That is all I got. TTV we've been having a little bit of a boom recently. I'm not sure how long it will last, but it's been fun. We've been doing Minog with Meso, which I got to give credit to Eljay. Because if it wasn't for you, I might have just been too mired in my own like busyness, and I might have just let the anniversary lapse.
Oh yeah.
You care a lot about like anniversaries and paying respect to things, and that's the whole purpose about Minog, is it's fulfilling an age-old promise.
Yeah,
And,
honestly,
so far so good.
When it comes to like TTV stuff, if it wasn't for me caring so much about like anniversaries and the like, absolutely no one would. VAR, it seems, has like an active disdain for doing anything memorable, like immemorial. You know what I mean? Like he absolutely does not care. And then everyone else is either busy or they just don't care either.
I forget.
So I care a lot. I love stuff like that. I think it's good for us to commemorate things on important milestones. And yeah, Minog with Meso turned 10 last month, and so it was time to do Minog, because we're kind of just clearing out the attic of things that we said we were going to do I just didn't get around to, barring the things that
It's
are
fulfilling the
absolutely never going to happen. Like, I think at this point, History of Bionicle probably isn't going to be a thing because, I mean, there are so many
R.I.P.
other really, really good Bionicle documentaries that we don't really have to do that. And also, like, you should check out Behind Bionicle. That is the best place right now for getting, like, the really nitty-gritty, granular details of Bionicle and how it was created.
True.
And actually, it's helmed up by some old staff of ours. Our old podcast editor, Waj, who is spectacular. And I think he's working in cahoots with Political Slime, who's a former mod of ours.
They're doing great work.
Yeah,
It's a really cool show.
It's fantastic. But you should definitely check out Minog with Meso. It's a journey. It's a trip.
LJ also gets credit for the revival of the TTV podcast recently, because that was another like pseudo anniversary or like number related thing you brainstormed that was the impetus for us bringing that back, and that's been a lot of fun. For anyone who might not have been aware, that is back. We've done like 3 episodes over the last 3 months and more to come.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong, like I find people mostly just need motivations for things, like to do things, to strive for. That was the big thing for Biocraft, which, in all fairness, was mostly Envy's idea in terms of, like, we need a goal to aim for. And with the TTV podcast, we're trying to hit episode 365 in time for the 15th anniversary of the podcast, which is May of next year. So we're on track for that. It makes it easy to do. And yeah, I'm still on hiatus, by the way. I'm not supposed to be back.
Yeah, we're taking advantage of LJ's like 2 days off a week and also doing stuff late at night. Like we usually record Minog at like midnight.
Yeah, that's why everything's so dark, because as it turns out, it works on a day-night system that's tied to your local clock.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
really?
every time it does, yes.
It's
I realized that at one point in the Let's Play, because there was a character who I guess only shows up during daytime, and I couldn't find him, so I tried changing my clock, and then all of a sudden the game like brightened up, and I was like, "Whoa, that's a thing."
That's really neat, actually.
That's why all the thumbnails are so dim and bleak.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I also want to give a shout out in the live chat to a community member, Party Pooper, who's here checking us out. Thank you for joining us. They are the creator of the new Bionicle fan game, Bionic Recur Unit, which we just released a Let's Play of 1 day ago. And for those who don't know what that is, I would go check that out too after this video is over. It's a Toa Mata style character creator where you can build with mostly all the parts from the Toa Mata, as well as some from like Throwbots and Slicers, to kind of make your own characters in that style of old Bionicle, inspired by some of the initial concept art.
It's robust. It's such a cool program that it genuinely feels like you're playing an old 2001 Bionicle game. It's awesome.
It really does.
It's so.
If this had come
cool.
out years ago, everybody would be going like nuts over it. So I want to get more eyes on it, and hopefully, perhaps, the creator might grace us with more parts in the future.
Yeah.
And also, please consider detangling the color restrictions from elements. I need to make Miru sucks accurately.
Alternatively,
Anyway.
just keep them tangled because it's funny.
No.
No, it's an awesome game. And also make sure you go and show them some support, because while the game is free, there is a donation option, which we heavily encourage to help support the game's development.
It is very important to do that, because I can only imagine the amount of time that took to make.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right. I say that's enough preamble.
Okay.
We've gone on long enough. El, do you have any words you'd like to say to Mary before she gives her scalding hot takes?
Okay.
Any words of warning, intimidation? I don't know.
It's come to my attention recently that apparently, I mean, not recently, people have called me intimidating for years now, and it's always, it's always boggled my mind.
God.
And so I definitely want to, I want to try and bridge the gap, build bridges, not walls. I want to try and ease your concerns, okay? I cannot hate you because of an opinion you hold about Bionicle. It's just not, it's not true. Turns out I can heavily dislike you if you try and stage a public coup to wrestle something away from us, despite our well-intentioned efforts to make it a fun thing for a group of people in the community. But I won't hate you. You should feel free and empowered to speak confidently about what you think of my favorite Lego theme, because you're a creative person that has a unique insight into this theme, and I welcome you to share it here on this podcast.
Dang, all right. I was waiting for the punchline.
Okay. Yeah, me too. Maybe it'll come later.
Pop off, LJ. Stay winning.
I'm
Sakota
waiting
says
for her
IDK.
first opinion to see how strong this holds.
Sakota says IDK. That still sounds kind of intimidating.
Dang it!
He's low-key threatening me right now.
Everyone keeps on. See, in all fairness, I did say it with like kind of a sarcastic tone, but it's only because I was expecting Mary to like come out the gate with Lee was the worst one. At which point I was gonna go all friggin' in, but
Listen,
no. But
I'm holding my opinions
that's
Yeah.
for
fair.
now until we get in there.
Genuinely though, without the sarcastic like building towards a punchline tone, yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very curious to hear what you think, because I always like hearing people's perspective on things. Like that's why I really enjoyed doing the LJ Johnson show, because I got to talk to so many different people and learn their unique perspective on stuff. And also, you definitely shouldn't feel nervous here. You're gonna find that it feels just kind of like conversation. So,
Rest in peace, LJ Johnson show.
Listen, I want to bring it back.
Okay.
I'm so busy. I'm still on hiatus.
All right. So here's how we're going to do this. Because Bionicle's a big subject. This is only going to be G1. As of now, Mary has not seen G2. She also has not seen Hero Factory. We are going to remedy that at some point soon. We have not done it yet. At a point where she does see it, if she's willing, I would like to do a part 2 that will probably be way shorter because there's not a lot to talk about with those. But for now, just today, it's G1 only. The way we're going to do this is she has a lot of big overarching thoughts, and we're going to get to those first. Then we're going to eventually move into detailed thoughts about each year. But we're going to do that later on. So for now, Mary, how you doing? Are you still nervous?
I mean, there's no way I'm not gonna be nervous. Let's be for real.
Fair enough. So when you started Bionicle, what was one of the first things that kind of gripped you about it? Like from the intro to everything.
Oh, the lore and the vibe in general with the two brothers. I don't know. It's like the atmosphere of just the island. I think that's the most compelling thing. It's really helped by Monog. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now with Monog, there was kind of a wrinkle because you didn't actually get to play it, which I'm very sad
No,
about.
I didn't.
Huh?
It's because my MacBook was... Well, man, my MacBook like just wasn't working with it, so I had to watch Meso play it.
Oh.
We
is
tried
kind of a
really
shame.
hard to get it working, and maybe we're just dumb because, I mean, it is Mac compatible, but as I do not have a Mac, I couldn't exactly help troubleshoot it.
Mm-hmm.
So we just kind of had to give up after a while, which was kind of a bummer. But, you know, it is what it is. I think she
Well.
still got the gist of it.
I hope your time watching him play it was better than mine, Mary.
Probably.
Yeah.
Monogamy Meso is a funny story.
Yeah.
I know you enjoyed my banter, LJ.
Yeah.
So we've completed all of G1. I would say there's a few big ticket items to kind of hit as we go through G1. Because where it started with the lore of the two brothers and the island, that is not where it ended up. It went on quite the journey to get there.
Journey to the
And
end.
one of the a journey to the end. You're so right. So I think let's rip the band-aid off and talk about a fun subject. Love.
Oh, okay, gosh dang it. I thought, okay, we're still doing general stuff. I gotta
No.
switch the images. Because I
Sorry. Yeah.
I thought it was year by year, but no, let's keep doing this.
Yeah.
You guys got the roadmap.
So let's talk about love. What do you think about the concept of love and the love isn't canon drama?
Hey, listen, don't put something in the story if you're not gonna follow through. You know what I mean? It feels very like a waste and very backtracky. Um, I just wasn't it in like the Bible? Like love was a thing, the story Bible.
So that's
Isn't that a
something
recent thing?
that's something that has only come out in the last year, and
That
I
is
am
insane,
I
actually.
am still holding it. Now is not the time. I'm going to figuratively dance on LJ's proverbial grave
Thanks.
about that another day.
Thanks. Yeah.
today
You're
today is
waiting.
not that
You're
day.
building.
Okay.
Let's just say, you ever seen Dragon Ball Z? I'm stockpiling like spirit bomb energy
You
slowly
suck.
over the months. But suffice to say, yes, love was intended to initially be a thing between
Mhm.
characters Huki and Maku, and that
Right.
persisted in the Monog, but also the Bohrok animations.
hmm Like I get why it was taken out because of like things that happened later with like Huki in general, but still, man, don't like add it and then backtrack right away. It feels very dumb, in my opinion. I just feel like, but also, Lego writers, they just they're very poor at romance. I'm gonna be real with you.
And
When
see,
when
I
I
mean,
think about like, it's really bad.
at that point, isn't it a positive that love isn't in the series? Because if they're not good at writing it, you don't have to worry about it because they don't have to write it at all.
That yeah, that's
a
a fair
thought.
point.
It's a good
It's
thought.
something I go back and forth on just because I kind of like Hukimaku and all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
was
I
cute.
see what you mean. It was cute. It was very cute. But
Because
I
I mean,
see what you mean.
there is a
Ultimately.
school of thought that says that, like, well, ultimately, Greg is the writer, and he chooses what he does or doesn't want to write about. And if he doesn't want to write about romance, then it's not a problem that he doesn't want to write about romance, nor should he be, forced or heavily encouraged to. I think the issue comes from the writing it out of the bounds of like feasibility, because theoretically it could still be a thing and he would just choose not to focus on it.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's kind of the whole problem. But I mean, I know there were also characters later on that you enjoyed, like Nakama and Matao.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought they were endearing, and then to have it like stripped away, I was like, okay, thanks for that. Love that. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, no.
Now, to be fair,
that's
they
the thing,
never
you-
explicitly said Nakama was into him.
I know.
And
I
see,
just like their dynamic. Okay.
that's the thing. You can't love that. Not when it comes to Bionicle. That's not canon.
Mm-hmm. Christ.
But
Hey, whoa, hang on.
Yeah.
We say Matanui here.
we do.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
No, you have to do it. And when you
No.
tell people to go to a bad place, you say go to Karzani.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
couldn't pay me to say those things.
Just like old LJ who said those things.
Ah, back in my youth. Back in my youth. Now I just say other things like what the fudge.
Or son of a flying fish taco.
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
is my favorite one. You should say that more.
Yeah,
That one's
yeah.
a classic.
We'll see.
So, Bionicle, one of the biggest things we had to overcome was the depth to it. It was a lot of stuff. What did you think about that? Is that a positive, a negative?
I'm gonna say it's more of a negative because Bionicle is really good. Like I really enjoyed it, but I would have enjoyed it a lot more if I had gotten into it when it was coming out, simply because there's so much stuff to get into, and it's just a lot of like hopping, so it's very confusing to get into, and it's a bit demotivating at times to want to engage with it. Um, Overall, though, the series is really good. It has good concepts. It's interesting. It's a fun ride. Getting into it though, it's like I don't know, like doing an unsexy tango. Like that's literally how I can describe it. So
Amazing. You're telling me you didn't enjoy going from Bionicle Ignition Sea of Darkness to chapters 1 through 4 of Dreams of Destruction to the Gali Nuva blog, chapters 1 through 4 of Into the
don't
Darkness,
get me
to
started
chapters
on the
5 through
vlogs.
6 of Dreams of
Oh my
Destruction,
god, the
to chapters
vlogs.
5 through 6 of Into the Darkness, to the mini deaths of Toa 2 yet, to the comics, to the Mari commercial.
It was really like, I know people complain about the Ninjago like supplemental like material not being canon, but sometimes it's also a blessing in a sense because it's just too much. Like I don't know.
I don't know.
Like,
Maybe
I
I'm
can.
biased because I grew up with it, but I like the fact that there's a lot of
Mhm.
supplemental material because it keeps things fresh. I like
Oh
that
yeah.
there's different formats to explore the story in. But I mean, it's like you were saying, like if you were that might be because I was a fan when it was coming out.
Mhm.
So I didn't have to do the whole flow chart. I just kind of
Yeah.
consumed.
Exactly. Like you don't have to like read a map to get it because you were reading it as it was coming out. I'm not. So it's like it feels like a mess basically. I don't like you remember the Metro years were especially bad.
No, yeah.
Reading through those.
The
So
Metro years.
yeah. Yeah. It was a lot of like it was mostly timeline stuff that was like janky in the Metro years, but god.
I have some thoughts on that, but I don't think the Metro years were objectively the worst. The worst year
No.
was 07.
Yeah.
But that was just because of the serials, which is kind of a whole other beast. I don't know. We have a comment, Paleozoic Bricks. Supplemental material is supplemental. It may add stuff, but it's also unimportant to the grand story.
Mm.
In theory, and I would say that is true in Bionicle, I think. I cannot think of any huge plot point that you would be just totally confused about in the books if you didn't read the serials. I'm really trying to think. I don't think anything in 07 was that plot integral. Maybe some stuff in 08, but that's only if you're invested in the side characters.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
09 with the Valley of the Maze probably would have been pretty confusing without like Tarduk's serial, because that's
No.
kind of how the story ended.
no, I don't think there's a single serial that you mandatorily have to read. I think the closest, Sakota brings it up in the chat, the closest you get would have to do with Takanuva. So, like, anything having to do with him, because he goes from normal Takanuva the last time you see him in a book, which is... oh, goodness. I think it's Swamp of Secrets, to
Yeah.
being this giant with a 3-pronged spear and a Midax Sky Blaster. I want to say in the final battle.
Yeah,
It's a significant shift.
that's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't consider that. About the love thing, Bionic Punk in the YouTube chat. Nobody mentioning Visola stalking Nakama and having an entire love shrine of her in her house.
Dude,
Yeah.
when that was happening, I was like, what if Irene?
Overly
Oh, God.
obsessed fangirl moment.
You can pop off, I guess, but
No.
Yeah. Bionic Punk also said you wouldn't expect Star Wars newcomers to go deep into the expanded universe stuff from the get-go. Doing the same for Bionicle's even worse because there's less easy to get into media for Bionicle. Again, I get the point. I guess it's just if you Like, okay, what would you expect? Would you say for newcomers the right orientation would be like movies, then books, then comics, then serials?
I don't even
Because
know
like
about movies.
for clarity on what we did, we went through the story in chronological order, and we read the books when possible. So we read the books always first, the comics second, because the books present the most fleshed out version of the story. And then she read the comics for visual references.
Yeah.
And then whenever there was a movie, obviously those do take center stage as being like the peak content for the year. I guess in theory, you could just blitz through and do all of one media and then go back and do the other one. It's just there's a lot of gaps when you do it that way. There were 3 years without a movie. And the comics really don't tell everything. Like, they really don't. Starting in 06, they kind of do, but they leave a lot out before then. So you kind of do need to go through and read everything, kind of mix it up. But whatever, I digress. Let's talk, and we're kind of jumping ahead, but like this is kind of a good point of reference. One of the biggest things about Bionicle that separates it apart is the fact that it has a revolving door of protagonists. It has like 4 different groups: the Mata, the Metru, the Anika, and the Glatorian. And they, that's different from a lot of other Lego shows that just have one cast. What did you think of that?
Listen, revolving like door protagonists, right? It's not for everybody. Some people think it's very bloated, but I love ensemble casts and I love different point of views. I'm not really a stranger to it. I have stories I write myself that have big casts just because I really enjoy exploring like all these characters and their dynamics. I love books with revolving casts. Right now I'm reading like Shadow Hunters, and they have all like a million different points of view, and I really love that. It just kind of helps getting to know everybody personally, know their personalities, worldviews, how they respond to situations. I think it adds a lot, but it can also be very bloated at times. It's very hit or miss, but it worked for me.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the thing I like the best. I'm a Glatorian fan. They're my favorite protagonists.
Cringe. Well, who said that?
I don't know. Like, who's your favorite group of characters?
I don't know why. Like, I'm really attached to the Metru for some odd reason. I don't know what it is really. I'm not sure if it's because of their dynamics or just like that those years were like intriguing in general for some odd reason to me. But I'm just kind of I like the Metru a lot. I can't put my finger on why. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
would
she like
hazard.
clicked with them instantly.
I would hazard that it's probably because they have the most, like, the way that they're positioned and introduced in the story. You get to experience them as themselves right away. Like with the Toa Mata, they're immediately mission focused. Like the thing that they have their own personalities and their own quirks, but the Toa Mata are always like, we have to finish the mission. We have to. Who are we? What's my name? Where are we going?
Very serious.
Collect mass.
No nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. They have time to interact and they have personality, but the Toa Metru, they kind of fail upward a lot of the time, and it's a lot more personality driven. There's a lot more kind of not downtime, but there are less overarching things that the Toa Metru are engaged with that the Toa Mata just don't have the luxury to be able to do.
No.
Paleozoic Bricks has a comment. Are the Mata actually the worst team?
In what way?
Dare I say yes?
Put a pin in that, Paleozoic Bricks. We're gonna come back to that later.
Watch.
Let's just say I may have joined another strong soldier in the Matasuck army. So, we'll see.
Listen, if there are 10 Mata fans left, I'm one of them. If there's only one Mata fan, then that's me. If there are no more Mata fans in the world, I'm dead.
Epic meme. Now, here's the thing, though. There are a lot of characters, and that's cool that it changes perspectives. But like, I don't know, did it run the risk of like bloat for you at times, or like, did they differentiate enough?
I'm gonna be real. Some characters kind of melded together from different years to me.
Oof.
Take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, right? Because I'm probably not remembering things well. But
You've only gone through it once, so that makes sense.
I've only gone through it once, yeah, and like over the span of like a year, and we would take breaks, maybe over a year, honestly.
Yeah, it was about a year and a half.
Yeah, some other personalities don't stick out enough for me, like Wenua, Anua, Onua, in my opinion. Don't get me started on their names. Onua, Anua gave me such trouble. I was pissed off. The #1 writing rule is do not have characters like with similar names because that's going to confuse your audience.
But what about Vakama and Nokama?
Oh,
what
yeah,
about
they're guilty of it too. Don't worry.
What about Krika and Kreka and Kraka? Or the Vizarak Unarak, or the Kagarak.
It's really bad. So don't do that if you're like writing something. As for like personalities that like feel interchangeable or melt together, I might make LJ mad at me. I feel like Kongu and Liwa kind of meld in together for me.
Oh, that's not who I thought you were going to say.
What? Who did you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to parrot Meso and say Pohatu and Liwa. Because for whatever reason,
disagrees with me on that.
No.
He struggles with that.
I don't believe that.
Okay, thank you.
I think they fill similar archetypes.
No, they don't.
They have different vibes, man. Like,
yeah.
Pohatu is the good guy. He's like the champ, and then Liwa is like, the only way I can describe him is like an annoying brother.
Okay,
That's
all right. Nope, hate that. Definitely hate that.
The annoying little brother who wants to take the game controller.
That's how I see Liwa.
Okay.
He's funny, though.
I've got a nice, like, super hot cup of tea. I'm just going to pour it all over my face. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's cool. But no, Kongu and Liwa, it's actually kind of funny because they address that in the story where Kongu is trying to, I don't know, mentor one of the Matoran. I think it was one of the Matoran on Voyanui, where he's like, I used to be really serious. Like earlier on, like when I was part of the military.
Yeah,
and
he was at one point.
And he said, but Liwa helped me kind of lighten up. So it's actually kind of funny.
I don't remember that.
It's kind of funny how they kind of address that, and it makes sense in someone trying to learn from their mentor kind of a thing. I'm not saying that as
a good
an
way
excuse.
to look at it.
I'm not saying that to excuse the similarity, but I like that it is touched upon. It's acknowledged.
I totally forgot about that line. That's good.
Yeah, me too. That makes it more forgivable. But like, no, that's good.
Cool. But yeah, no. Meso Pohatu is buddy. Liwa, dry sarcasm, and kind of like bordering on antisocial.
I will not fight this day.
You're not gonna fight at all because you don't have any weapons.
Bruh.
You're friggin' unarmed in this discussion.
Excuse you. Did you watch the Let's Play? I have dual Onua claws.
Okay.
But
I have dual Liwa axes, you son of a gun. My reach is longer.
All right. So here's the real question. You say you like the Metru the best.
Mm-hmm.
Are they the best Toa team, or do you just like them the best?
Oh no, I just like them the best. I'm biased. I really enjoy them, but in terms
Let's
of
circle
best
back to the
Toa
question that they
team?
asked a few minutes ago. Like, are the Mata the worst? Rank the Toa teams.
So Mari's is top, and then Metru, and then Mata. Sorry.
All right.
That's how I feel.
Why are the Mari the best?
They're the most interesting to me. They got a lot going on. And plus, I think it helped that they were introduced in, like, Monog, a good chunk of them. They were introduced very early. So, like, in terms of the Nuva, or the Mata, you know what I mean? I feel like they were shoved to the side for so long, I could not bring myself to care about them. Like, in a sense, I didn't feel like a connection with them. I think that's a good way to put it. You know, they're the central focus for 4 years, but the stories they were a part of at the time weren't as deep or interesting. So.
You think they kind of got the short end of the stick because like
Definitely.
the story deepened right as they like weren't a part of it anymore?
Yeah, I think it's especially egregious in like the last year, because they just kind of bring Tahu along and then none of the others are there, and it's like, well, what's the point, honestly? Why did you give us them in the first place? You know what I mean? That's like, I don't know.
No,
It feels
I
like a
mean,
waste.
I don't think you're off base. I think that most people would agree with you that like the rest of the Nuva should have been there for the final year, especially.
Mm.
I don't think that's a hot take anyone would say, unless I'm wrong, Eldra. Do you not agree?
No. I 100% agree. Trust me. I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm a little more specifically wounded because of what the story
Oh
did.
yeah. Because of Lewa being on like another planet.
Lewa
yeah.
is literally the only one not present for the final battle. Like literally the culmination of. Okay, hang on. We're getting too ahead of ourselves. I'm getting too ahead of myself.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten. I don't know. Are we doing this year by year at any point?
Yeah, eventually. We're
We'll
almost
get
done.
there.
Okay, all right. I'm just. Okay.
We're
Regardless,
doing like our favorites.
I think.
Favorite team.
I think, Mary, you have a really good point, and it kind of harkens back to what I was talking about, the dichotomy between the Metru and the Mata, because the Mata serve as instruments of the story, and the Metru are So, okay. The Mata and their role in the story is proactive, making things happen. The Metru and their role in the story are reactive and trying to figure out what the heck just happened. And the Mari and the Anika, they kind of serve as a middle ground.
I think that's a good way to describe it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I have more takes on that, but I'll save it for the year by year bits. I think I have two more questions before we move on to specific year by year. Number one, we've talked about the protagonists. We've talked about the different like Toa characters. Let's talk about the bad guys, because Bonkle had a lot of villains.
Oh.
What did you think about Bionicle villains?
Oh. Listen to me. Look me in my eyes.
I can't, Mary. I cannot. We are on an
Pretend
audio
you're
podcast.
looking in my eyes. A lot of them did not work for me. Some of them just weren't memorable, or I just didn't care for. Like, the Makuta, the first Makuta, not the other guys that came out of nowhere. Numero uno. Him was really good. I liked him a lot. The Paraka were funny. They were like fun to read about. And Brutaka and his whole dynamic with Axon was really nice. The others, I don't care. Like, you can tell me all you want that the Baraki were warlords, but you didn't show me. That means nothing to me.
Well, actually, they did, because there was a flashback that showed Makuta
For 5
squashing
seconds.
the League
For
of
5
Six
seconds.
Kingdoms Rebellion.
It means nothing to me. They lost in that fight, didn't they, to the Makuta?
Well, actually, no, they did. But then they got teleported by Botar.
Okay. Either way, like, even like the Shadow one, I forgot about him like near the end. And Karzani was wasted. The Morbuzak was a plant. Like, come on, man. Dude, give me something. I love villains. Give me something good. but I barely got anything good. I got like bits and crumbs.
As
So
as a resident enjoyer of a lot of Bionicle bad guys, I don't necessarily agree with the take, but I do understand it. Um, I get it. I feel like I don't know. As much as LJ and I like overhype the whole like Paraka versus Baraki thing, it's mainly for like memes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a symptom of the flow of the story. Like they didn't have villains really for the first few years. It was basically
yeah.
just Makuta and like the Barag, but they really didn't get much like at all. And then the moment that we got to '04, it was just like, oh well, it's just Makuta again. And then in '05 was the first year they started to have more bad guys than just Makuta. Neither of them were really great. In '06 was the time like the Paraka aren't going to win any awards for like writing. I
No.
don't think they work for me, and I always defend them because having the team dynamic was fun because they had a lot of character playing off of themselves, and that really elevated them. And then they just tried to do that again. And I mean, realistically, no, I don't think the Baraki are that much worse than the Paraka, despite how much I'll argue to the contrary. I just think that the novelty wore off after the first time, and you really start to see that like it's pretty much just the same thing. It's a group of bad guys who don't really trust each other. They don't really like each other. They fight a lot. They are forced to work together by circumstance. Even the Makuta, are basically just the same thing for the third time.
Yeah.
So I understand why you would feel that way. I don't think you're crazy. Toa Kiro, guys, the best villain in Bionicle is Set 7217 Duracell, bad guy. Sent
True.
shivers down my
You got me
spine.
there.
We love bad guy.
No, we don't.
Why does the Bionicle wiki list his name as Baraka?
Okay, Bionicle Wiki or BSO1?
Bionicle wiki. I know it's not reliable,
Get
but I
off the
Googled,
Bionicle Wiki. What's wrong with you?
I googled Duracell bad guy, and the first result just so happened to be the Bionicle wiki,
Of
and
course
I
it
noticed it was called Baraka.
Okay, so there is a reason for that.
What is Baraka?
First, we do not like the Bionicle Wiki in this house. We don't.
No, we don't. But I see it's on the trivia page of
No.
BSO1 too.
Exactly. It is on the trivia page of BSO1. And I'm trying to find it. I forgot there are two bad guys.
Yeah.
There's
Come on, LJ. Know your bad guy lore.
Duracell bad guy. Oh, bite me. Yeah, on Bricklink, this set is said to depict a character called Braka. The origin of this name is unknown, and it may be unofficial.
Dude. Come on, man. Alright.
Okay, what if Braka just means battery in like Swedish or something? I gotta find this out.
That would be real. I would love to know. I would love to know if it's like a funny translation meme. Braka, Braca. Yeah, wait. Bricklink is owned by Lego. It's canon. You're so right. Braka confirmed.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see. Braka. Okay, well, according to Google Translate, it's Croatian and it means brothers. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's not gonna hold.
Now, wait. What if it means brother, and good guy is the other brother?
Don't. Oh my gosh.
Which means that if it's a two brothers thing, bad guy is Makuta, good guy is Maranui.
Ugh.
It could mean that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Bionicle villains. I respect that take. Last question, and then we'll do year by year breakdowns. What is the worst thing about Bionicle to you? Because you mentioned like one of your favorite things was the atmosphere and the lore and the world building. What's the worst thing?
I got 3 things.
You can pick. Well, no, you go ahead. Just say it.
Okay. So, a lot of the female Toa felt a bit the same to me. That's one of the things. I feel like the only one that really stands out is Holly. and that's because she's like angrier. But and then another thing was the alternate universes. They're cool in theory, but they wasted my time. And then the jump to '09 was very jarring. But I'm sure we'll discuss that later.
Dude, the alternate universe. You hate alternate universes more than I think anybody else I've ever seen, or at least the ones
Really?
in Bionicle. Never before has there been so much vitriol that I've borne witness to. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure people don't like them out there. But you were like pissed off.
Yeah, I was like, there's no point in reading these. Get me back to the actual story. Get me out of here.
It's fun to
Why
see.
am I in limbo?
It's fun to see what if scenarios. Come on.
No.
Yes.
The series has enough going on. You know what I mean? We didn't need that.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, but yeah, see? What about Mirror Universe Pterodax?
I don't care about him.
The melding Universe Pterodax, the good guy with the big hammer. Come on.
I do not care about him.
Did I ever show you the mock for him?
No, I don't think you did, actually.
It's this guy, the melding Pterodax.
I think
he's
didn't we
white
see
and gold.
Didn't we see that in person at Brick Fair last year?
We did. It was really fun.
That's sick.
He's white, and I think that's gold, right? Or is it like a?
So there are a
bronze?
handful of colors there. So there's white, there's dark gold, and then those claw pieces, it's dark tan.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a big hammer, and I think it's neat.
He looks cool.
But you do not care about him.
No, I don't. I really don't.
All right. Well, either way, let us go ahead and move on to year by year.
Real quick, I'm gonna jump in. Two quick things. One, we got a super chat from Del Run Plays, $5, who says, "Pohatu, let's be friends." Liwa, heat.
Thank you so much. I totally missed that, and well done.
And thank you for the donation. We appreciate it. And then Bionic Punk, also in the YouTube chat, says, "Braka is not brother in Croatian. The C is missing the." I apologize. I'm forgetting the name of the little mark at the top of certain letters. At the top of the C, it's also Also, it's common word in a lot of South Slavic languages, not just Croatian. I mean, fair enough. That's why I prefaced by saying, according to Google Translate. So,
yeah, I mean, what does it mean if that's the case?
Accent mark. Thank you, Toa Plastic. Thank you. Accent mark. Yeah. So, regardless, I don't know. Turns out
I want to know the Braka lore.
That's a shame. So, year by year, I'm finally gonna switch the picture.
Let's do some fun deep dives. Let's talk about 01. LJ, you love 01.
I do.
A lot. Is it your favorite year?
I would say that overall, yes, it is my favorite year. I'm not even going to posit that it's the best year, but I think there's a lot of strong, well-reasoned logic as to why it is so good.
I think there's there's a case you could make for it being the best year. Whether you want to make it or not is another matter, but
fair enough.
It's not exactly an unpopular opinion.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, obviously. Lego agrees.
Bruh.
That's messed up. Video coming sometime this year. Anyway. Mary, your experience with 01 was obviously, I mean, it's going to be slow going with anything because although Manog gripped you, I think you did kind of start off on the back foot with not being able to play it. But I think
it's kind of a bummer.
It hooked you in eventually, I think. You know, like
I mean, Manog really helped in general, like the art style and the world building and just the silly little guys. I love.
Dude, I love the silly little guys. I love the Mononomi Matoran. They're so great.
They're lovely. But everything else, I'm gonna be real, I don't remember much. I remember you and I were talking about it, and you brought up the Shadow-Toa, and I was like, the what?
And I was like, the Shadow-Toa, Mary, the Shadow-Toa. The thing that
Yeah.
happened at the end of the first book, the Exo-Toa.
I totally forgot about the Shadow. I don't know if it's because it's been a while or I just didn't get anything out of it. But
I mean, to be fair, it was
Mm.
brief, but it still happened, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it was...
Hey everyone, you want to see me do something funny?
Oh,
Go
God.
on.
Did you
Go
guys
on.
read the canon iteration of that fight?
Maybe not, actually.
Uh-oh.
That silence was worth
Are you
it.
gonna make
Oh,
me
yeah.
like read more?
I forgot about this. I
Bro.
forgot about this whole discrepancy. Yeah, there's a weird thing that
Bro,
happened
I
with
trusted you.
this. No, we read the book, but
Bro,
like...
I trusted you.
Wait, Mary, no!
All right.
No, okay.
And we're missing something.
Wait, Mary, wait.
Oh my God.
All right, LJ, do you want to tell us about the Exo-Toa controversy?
Please fill me in.
You want to talk
Oh my God.
convoluted? This is peak convoluted. All right.
Okay.
There's a story here.
So there are two versions of the Exo-Toa fight, and one of them is canon and the other is not. The canon iteration shows up in a 2001 to 2003 BIONICLE synopsis guide, which serves as a marketing document for realtors. That's my understanding,
Retailers.
at the very
Not
least.
realtors. You clown.
Oh, sorry. Retailers.
Oh,
My
oh.
bad. Listen, it's a long story. Bottom line is,
Wake up,
it's
really?
it's for the stores, is my understanding, and it's
Yeah,
basically
it was not released for public consumption.
But of course, the
Right.
public has now consumed it. So these are two pictures. They're pages 6 to 7, and then 8 to 9, and they go over the Exo-Toa fight as it was supposed to happen, and the way it was supposed. Bear in mind, there's still there's dialogue and stuff happening in it. The way that the Exo-Toa fight canonically went down is the Toa didn't just alternate their opponent like you would expect, like what happened.
Mhm.
They accepted the shadow counterparts as a part of themselves and absorbed them.
That would have popped off. I would have remembered that.
So,
Bruh, no, you wouldn't have. Come on.
Yes, I would have. It slays.
and Toe of Plastic points out, we didn't find out that was how it was canonically supposed to be until it was clarified in an encyclopedia released in 2005.
That's crazy, dude.
So, and then
Yeah.
of course at some point this got revealed to us, the actual scripting of it. I've saved these files in 2018. I don't know if that was if they were prior to that, but yeah, there you go. That is actually how that was supposed to be.
Now, here's the question I have: who wrote this?
We don't know,
Was this Greg or
presumably, but I don't actually.
because
Let me see if
the book? Obviously, I don't know if you remember this, Mary. The book was not written by Greg. The book was written by Kathy Hapka.
yeah, I don't actually know who wrote it. So
We have like a ghostwriter who wrote the official version, and then we have Kathy Hapka, who wrote the version in the first book, and then Greg, who later wrote the encyclopedia referencing the canon version. So I totally forgot that. This is my bad. I'm gonna read this comment in the YouTube chat. The mysterious Bionicle realtors selling you exclusive timeshares in Matanui. Realtors selling plots of land.
okay, all right. Thank you. You're welcome. It's, the realtor is Akmu.
Yes,
Bro.
it would be an Akmu scheme. Yes.
Houses fall apart.
Oh, I love Akmu. Okay, well, either way, let's what do you think of the Mata in general, like as characters?
Well, you know how I feel about
The audience doesn't know how you feel about anyone but
That-
Liwa.
What?
That's right.
Oh yeah,
What?
that's right. Thanks.
Let me start by saying like Pohatu and Kopaka need to hold hands. That is my wildest take of the day. They're great. Kopaka's my favorite. Right away I liked him, and I just think he's cool. And then I don't like Tahu because of that red one archetype, and he's angry and he's annoying, and I just wanted him to shut up every time he did something. Um, Bali and oh god, which one is it? Tyler, don't let me like flub this. Which one is it?
Onua.
You know how to pronounce it.
No, I don't want to be clowned on, please.
It's Onua.
Oh, Nua, thank you. Oh my god.
The fact I knew who you were talking
Onua.
about, I just...
Yeah. Thank you, Eljay. Oh my god. Felt myself sweating. They're like kind of dull, but they're solid, like older sibling figures, I think. And Bahatu's just great. I love Bahatu. He has such good energy. You know?
He's the good guy, TM.
Yeah, he's the good guy, TM. You know? He's the best.
So how do you feel about Liwa? Hmm? You know what?
I don't know,
Okay, here.
It's only after his, like, 25th mind control, brother.
Okay, ouch. All right, great, cool. So, okay, all can be forgiven. When you were reading through Bionicle, what
Yes.
did Liwa sound like to you, and like in your mind?
Good question, honestly.
Okay, all right.
Because, like, me and Meso did voices,
Uh-huh.
and Liwa's voice was just my voice. So if that tells you anything.
Okay.
Mary didn't want to do voice acting.
Listen,
All right.
I did voice acting for Nuju. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Why? What's the voice you do for
Mary,
him?
you've already failed, Mary.
no, it's
you already
fine.
failed the
I already
Eldritch
failed.
test.
That's
I should
okay.
have said it sounds like LJ Johnson.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you should have said.
It's okay.
So sorry, King.
No.
So sorry, King.
No, I'm not
My
king.
bad.
I'm only a peasant. It's fine. It's whatever.
True.
What
Well,
the
so-
fudge? Well, alright, whatever. It's fine. It's okay.
You've hurt his feelings, Mary.
Fine.
What you've done.
Yeah, Bionic Punk in the live chat. LJ is about to bury someone. Yeah, myself. It's fine.
Sad.
Don't worry about it.
Said Jay.
Toa Kira, what do you guys think of Onua's wildly different personification in Mask of Light? I'm
Huh?
gonna be real, I don't remember it. I don't remember him being that different. It's been
Yeah.
a while since I've seen Mask of Light. We watched it back at Brick Fair. Was he more like dumb?
No,
Or
he was
like-
just kind of... He's a lot more chipper.
I don't recall him having much screen time in Mask of Light to really form a concrete personality, so I didn't really notice any like discrepancy.
I think it's fine because
You know?
he's hanging out with Pohatu and their friends. And also it's after they had gotten to know each other. So,
Yeah,
you know, it's like, Pohatu! And, you know, they're just, like, hanging out.
I get that Onua is supposed to be like the quiet guy, but I don't really associate him with quietness. I just associate him with like wisdom. You know, like he's smart and he's calm. That doesn't necessarily mean he can't be chipper at times too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samuel Frew, he was more boisterous and buries himself and Pohatu on accident.
Accident.
That is fair enough. I do not recall that,
You don't
but I will
recall
take your word for it.
when, like, Onua literally brings down the roof?
Oh no, I do. I remember now.
That was an L on his part.
It just clicked. Guanaco 14878, to throw LJ a bone, I imagined Liwa's voice in books as LJ's, but with Mask of Light Liwa's accent.
No.
That's fine. I'll take that. Thank you. That makes me very... That brings me joy again after Mary robbed it from me.
I'm sorry, LJ.
No,
I'm
that's all right.
sorry.
At gunpoint. It's whatever. Because I...
Come on, LJ, do it. Do wind fly.
Wind fly.
Say the wind fly line. No, but like with the accent. The
Dude,
Dale Wilson
The
accent.
voice is so hard to do. Wind fly,
Do it.
sand twister.
Yeah, there we go.
Mates
Win
class.
Oh
What?
my god.
What? You're gonna mock me now? You're gonna mock me more? You're like, wow, that wasn't even close. Is that what you're gonna do, Mary? You're gonna come on this podcast titled Knack and J. Guess who the J stands for? And you're gonna mock it? You're gonna mock my voice? Is that what you're gonna do?
Well, not anymore.
Oof. No, keep mocking him. It's funny. Keep mocking him. We have to roast him. We gotta do the roasting. Yeah, sure. The J stands for AJ. Yeah, AJ.
Real.
Number one Bionicle fan, AJ Walker. Let's go.
What?
She feels a disturbance in the distance.
No.
Yeah.
That voice is so
We
hard
got a
to
$5.
do. I hate it.
Got a $5 super chat from Delrun Plays. Akmu. It was I, Braka. I was the mysterious realtor who sold your house. I like this meme. Braka the realtor. Yeah, Toa Plastic quote. People think I'm intimidating for some reason.
What? Huh? What did I say that was intimidating?
Shrug emoji.
How? What did I do? Okay. Anyway,
I'm trying to think. I don't think there's much else from 01 to even like cover.
I mean the big
I
one
mean-
is Monog, right?
Yeah,
Like
Monog is the big one.
Monog's the big.
But not good. Little dude's good.
Monog's great. The books came out 2 years later, and they're whatever. But how did you feel about Makuta in 2001?
Oh gosh. The
I am nothing, and it's into nothing.
dude. I remember being very confused that he was like a little Matoran guy in Monog. But I thought he was cool. Like,
See.
I get why like he was in that form.
Yeah, that was the point.
Just-
Because not only were you
Yeah,
supposed
that
to
was
be
the point.
confused,
I get it now.
Toa were. And it's like, whoa.
Yeah,
Media literacy.
Whoa.
Makuta
Yeah, I thought
as
he
a
was cool.
person like radically changed through development, because we know from like interviews with Templar Studios who made the game that Makuta was supposed to be analogous to like, I don't know, the kid destroying his Lego blocks. You know, like creation and destruction are fundamental forces of Lego as a property. So
Yeah.
Makuta being like a kid, quote unquote, who's like all about destroying stuff, you know, like there's a dichotomy there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's evil. It's just it's a polar opposite on the spectrum. And then of course that did not last, and we have your boy Pterodax, who he later
Yep.
becomes.
Sigh.
But there's a reason why a lot of people still gravitate towards the like I am nothing era Makuta. It was a very striking presentation. He has a lot of fans and a lot of people who are upset that he went off the rails and became like a chess master. But I like both versions totally well.
Fair enough.
All right. Let's move on to 2002. The Bohrok year. When you wake one, you wake them all. Mary, off the top of your head, name one thing about the Bohrok year that really resonated with you. One thing.
Wow.
The Barog are strong women.
Strong female
you go.
character, Barak.
God. Listen, horde villains. It's just a whole lot of nothing. You know, the Bohrok are uninteresting to me, but they're made cooler by future context. You know what I mean?
The Avmator and stuff.
Yeah. Gosh. What else was there? There was like the Exo-Toa thing.
Their mech suits, yes, that totally helped them and totally did
Didn't
not
care.
hinder them whatsoever.
Yeah, didn't care.
Okay,
God,
but to be
this-
fair, you just go like you fall asleep whenever mechs are in anything.
That's
So-
true. Like, yeah, that's my fatal flaw is, I don't like mechs, and I'm just like, I think some good background to tell you guys is I'm very much not, I guess, a sci-fi person. I'm urban fantasy kind of person. So that that explains a lot.
It
I'd
immediately puts you
hope.
on the back foot with Bionicle in a lot of ways.
It does. God,
Well,
was this the year
2002.
with like the combiner, like one's the Wairua and the other
No,
one?
that was 01.
No
It was
way.
also I like how you remembered Wei Rua's name.
Not the
I'm
other one. I don't care about the other one. I like Wairua.
Akamai.
Um, there you go. I thought before we like do anything, I just want to say those are cool in concept and they were underutilized. Okay, back to 202.
It
Good
is
enough,
weird that they never did them again, but like I think it's like a relic of an older part of the story, and I don't think they knew. I don't think Greg knew how to incorporate them later on in a way that was like made sense. But it's weird to me that the Keita just like disappeared completely.
And it sucks because they were interesting. They were interesting designs and concepts, and they could have done something cool with them. Anyway, sorry. That was like a derail.
No, you're all good. I mean, like if we're talking about O2, O2 is about bohrok, it's about barag, it's about Exo-Toa, it's about the bohrok online animations, which
Oh yeah,
was
those are
where
good.
we got like the Huki Ex Maku stuff that everybody
Yeah.
mentions, and new Paru literally building like mech suits out of the like broken, battered
Yeah,
corpses of the
dude,
bohrok.
he's hardcore. Good for him. This was
So
also
true.
the year of like the Nuva designs. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Is that
They
right?
came in right at the end.
Okay. So Tyler like told me how hated they were, and are I guess. Um, I feel like they're inoffensive, and like the transformation doesn't matter too much to me. I thought they were like good when I first saw them, and now like looking back on it, they're not the best. Um, but they're made moot when they transform later into those whacker designs. But the original Toa like Mata designs and the masks are definitely more iconic and memorable. So those are my thoughts on that.
I disagree. I think Gali's Cow Nuva having actual like nose holes is far
Ew.
more iconic.
Ick.
It's like literal like pig nose mask. It's so upsetting.
Are you
Yeah, it's really bad.
calling her a pig?
In this context, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Meso.
Gali is 1 for 3 on good mask designs. Don't at me.
Hey, well, in G1.
Such.
That is true. Never forget
I
Waffle Eye.
I wouldn't say that the Nuva designs are hated. Hated is a strong word. I don't think they're preferred, but they have a fan base, and I don't think they're horrible. I would say that
I
the
think people
Mystica
like
are
the
hated.
silver. Mystica definitely are hated.
Oh yeah.
I think the Nuva
Thank you.
armor has a fan base. People like the silver armor, but then on the flip side, a lot of people hate how it started a trend that would later like pollute the line. I think the part that is maybe hated is the wrong word, but like the part that's strongly disliked isn't necessarily the designs of the figures; it's the design of the masks.
Yeah, no, I think that's
The
fair.
masks are to say they're complete departures is putting it kindly.
I don't know. Some of them are, but not all of them.
I would say Kopaka and Tahu are the only ones who have some similarities.
I think Galleys has some similarities. Liwa's begrudgingly does also. I think your complete departures are Onuas and Pohatus.
Yeah. Not a fan. I'm the number one Nuva hater. If the Nuva have one hater, it is me. Etc. etc. Memery. But I respect that, and I mean, ultimately, here's the thing: it's tough to communicate the appeal of the bohrok year if like you didn't get the sets,
Right.
because the bohrok are really well loved sets. They were very collectible. They had this cool thing to where you could like hang them in their canisters, and it was like the nests, like you could stack the canisters up, and it would be like the bohrok nests. They can roll into the ball. They can like lurch their head forward. There's a lot of like cool stuff to the bohrok as a product and as a toy. In
Yeah,
the story, I
exactly.
think you're right. There isn't really a lot, but like the bohrok are very like memorable. They're very like iconic design, and they had the whole marketing campaign of like you wake one, you wake them all, and then you add the krana, the rare krana that were made of like white metal. Although I think that only started with the bohrok-kal, so never mind. But
Yeah,
either
those
way,
millions of masks.
yeah. Do you remember all your krana types, Mary? Did you do your research?
No, no, I don't. I don't remember. Don't ask me, please. I
What are the
won't know.
krana types?
I
It's
don't
time for
know.
the exam. Tell me the power of the krana yo.
Dude, let's not do this.
Okay. There was a point where Mary was taking notes on Bionicle and
And then
trying
I
to like
gave up.
remember things. You gave up like somewhere around 03. You were just
Hmm.
like, it's too much.
It
But
was getting too confusing, and I was like, no thanks.
you were trying, yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
Teleplastic, can you identify the 6 unique flow variants of the poisoned How Nuva?
6? I'm pretty. Are there not 4?
I'm pretty sure it was 4.
I'm actually not sure. I got 1, so plastic. It might have been 8. That's funny.
Prana, Yo-Yo, Paraka. Yeah. Yeah, so you were trying at a point, but I mean, I understand it got a lot to deal with after a while. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it was on.
Oh, Elders made a poll.
I did make a poll.
Oh,
Yep. And I'll do more
what's the
polls
poll?
throughout this in the YouTube live chat, but the poll is appearance wise, Nuva or Mata? And it's
Epic.
very exciting because Mata is winning
I
in a
vote.
unforgiving landslide.
Well,
I,
duh.
I would be stunned if, like, I mean, obviously there are some people because the Nuva have some votes, but like, if this was like a big community-wide poll, like, I would be shocked if it clocked like 10%.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, they don't seem to have many vocal fans, and I think that's why I like don't I conflate them as being hated. It's not necessarily that they're hated; it's more just they're not really liked.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Purple in the chat. She says, "No, I'm late. How much did I miss?" Hello, Purple.
Well, considering
We're on 02 now.
we're an hour in and we're on 2002, so not much.
She talked a lot about her like overall favorites, like favorite like parts, favorite characters, favorite teams, but like we're just at the specific bit right now, right when it'll start to get like interesting. So you didn't miss that much. And then later on, we get to talk about Ninjago comparisons, so that'll be fun.
Really?
But either way, that's basically O2. Suffice to say, not your favorite year.
No, not really.
Okay. It's difficult to argue. It's also difficult to communicate the appeal unless you were there at the time. So we'll
Yeah,
chalk it
which I
up
get.
to a hashtag you had to be there moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about 2003 with fan favorite characters bohrok-kal.
Yeah, Bohrok 2 Electric Boogaloo. Oh man.
Any thoughts?
No thoughts, head empty, dude. It's just the Bohrok, but again, isn't it? But also,
But-
like, the Mask of Light movie?
Well, that comes
This year?
later. That comes
Well, that
later.
comes later.
We gotta
But-
talk about the exciting bohrok-kal subplot with the
Literally,
Nuva symbols.
Oh, the symbols. Yeah, don't know why those were there. Have no opinion on those. They just kind of exist.
The Nuva symbols are one of the great like Bionicle like stupid points to me. If I had to do like maybe I should do like a top 10 stupidest Bionicle plot points.
Do it.
The Nuva symbols rank. They're in the top 5. Easy. Like, because Artaka just made them and then teleported them onto the island. They immediately got stolen. Somehow they have all the Toa's powers are contained within that cube. But like they had their powers as the Mata before the cubes existed. Right? So why did them getting turned into Nuva suddenly make their powers tied to these cubes? Theoretically, you could say their Nuva upgrade would be tied to the cubes, but not their powers in totality. IDK. And then there's a weird thing where like the magazine with the comic has a little blurb page that goes into depth on like how the cubes were formed, and like, oh, the fire cube was forged in the volcano, and like the water cube was like had the energy of the ocean or whatnot, and like none of that is canon at all.
Yeah, no,
It's
that doesn't.
entirely fluff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the
What?
cubes are the cube and the symbols are weird. I do not get them. I don't understand them.
Cool visual.
Oh yeah, it's a great visual because like, you see, it sucks because I like the symbols. However, I also have this like intense hatred of anachronisms. So, like, I really like Liwamata and the whole visual there. I would love to like, wear like a necklace with like the Liwa Nuva symbol, right? The problem is it's a Liwa Nuva symbol. And it bothers me. I can't like, and like I'll see people do this. They're like, hey, these are the symbols. They represent the Toa. It's like, it's Toa Nuva. But they're like attaching them to Amata things. And it's like, no. It's like, it's a pet peeve of mine to see like any picture depicting the Toa versus the bohrok, and the Toa are wearing like their standard color masks and not their gold masks. Just small things that kill me. Anyway, sorry, side tangent. Yeah, no, they're weird. I don't get how they work, and I don't get it doesn't really follow a explained logic. It just kind of is, and you kind of just have to accept it.
I do like the idea of the bohrok-kal being like actual characters. I just think it was kind of underutilized. Because they did have personalities, like they were people. They were not a horde enemy. There were only 6 of them, and they were people, and they had like unique abilities. Legend has it that bohrok-kal is still floating through space right now, somewhere out there. It is bohrok-kal, right?
bohrok-kal, yeah, it was bohrok-kal. However, I actually think the armor has disintegrated.
That is so sad. Pour one out for your boy. Fact check the status of fan favorite character bohrok-kal.
Yeah, here we go. The blasts of gravity power from Motunui and Makuta in the Battle of Barra Magna, as well as the movement of Aqua Magna, accelerated the decaying process, and it was soon destroyed.
That is literally the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's funny.
In the arms of an angel.
Oh.
Alright, so Leo asks, were the bohrok Va in the story, or were they just set characters? They were in the story. But, like, I think the only thing they did was, like, carry replacement Krana.
Yeah.
Right?
Pretty much.
Like, if bohrok lost its Krana, they would just go up to it and replace it.
Yeah.
So they didn't actually do too much.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So, yeah. bohrok-kal, that was a wave that existed. But Mask of Light, that's where the real meat and potatoes is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I liked that movie well enough. It was fun, but it was extremely ugly to look at. I don't like looking at it.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
gross.
Here we go.
Not a fan of the Miramax style, are you?
No,
Yeah.
not really.
There it is.
God,
Another one
nothing
joins
like
the
that.
army.
All right. It's okay. Okay. Let's try this again. So, Mary, what'd you think of the voices? Good Mask of Light.
Man, it sucks that Liwa wasn't you, LJ Johnson.
Oh, wow. Gee, thank you. You're so kind.
I'm sure
Feel better
young
now.
and LJ would have done a great job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know. You've seen this movie twice, technically.
I have. That's
So,
true.
what were some good parts about it that you remember?
I really like Takua. He's a cool guy. I liked his journey, and his friendship with Jala is good. Gosh, what else? Golly is voiced by Kathleen Barr, and I love Kathleen Barr. Not because of Ninjago, but because she was in Ed, Edd n Eddy as Kevin, and then Marie Kanker and I'm an Ed and Eddie stand first, human second. So that was cool. Oh, and then what was the crab's name?
Puku?
Cuckoo.
Oh my, Fuku. She was cool. I liked her. It was just
Epic
kind
crab.
of it was a nice little journey, and then of course Tahu was insufferable. So that's
Bruh,
fine.
no, but he had reason to be like angry. That movie, his village got destroyed, and then he got poisoned. He got corrupted. It wasn't his fault. He was just mad.
My God. Well, don't care. He still annoyed me.
What was stuff
Gonna
you
be
did?
real.
What was stuff you didn't like about the movie?
Oh gosh. Well, this like plays into like later stuff. Obviously, Taku is cool, but at the same time, like later on, he's like useless. You know. So it's like, why did we focus on him? I guess in a sense.
At one point, he
Also,
was
like,
the main character.
exactly. So like, how did we get where we got? You know. And then Jala dying and then being revived. Like, I like Jala, but sometimes, death isn't necessary in a story. It would have added a lot if he just stayed dead.
It's a
kind of a-
classic meme. That's a hot button topic. Most people
Yeah.
are jazzed about it.
It was a bit cowardly, but whatever. I'll take it. It's this is for
Now,
my kids.
While it's
Uh,
relevant, LJ,
Hmm.
did we ever get a solid answer on how that happened?
Yeah. We've
I think
talked about this
Greg did
before.
explain it. Yeah, I know. It's just been so long.
So, okay. Partial answer, I think, is the best way of describing it. But essentially, Kanohi masks, if worn long enough, can develop an imprint of their wearer. And it's basically like it's like wearer blueprints. So what had happened is Takutanuva used some of his life energy and brought Jala back to life using the blueprints on the mask.
Epic.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Epic. But now, how did
Fine.
Takanuva come back to life after he got crushed by the door?
Oh,
Rip.
I'm super glad you asked. So let's talk about 2004.
Because he only wore that mask for a short time, bruh.
Granted, though, he's the only person that's worn that mask. Hence, it's the only person that would there'd be a blueprint for.
It's a good point. Toa Tahu 003. So could we revive Lekon, or was the imprint overwritten?
It was
They wore the same mask.
It was overwritten.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
straight up
Okay.
overwritten. Lekon is gone. Lekon.
Which, I mean, it does make sense. People are like questioning that in the YouTube chat, but like, I get. The original wearer, long dead. It's been like a long time, like someone else has the mask. It's a more recent connection. I guess you could make the argument that Lekon lived a lot longer than Jala wore his mask, but maybe it's a recency bias thing. When you overwrite a file in your computer, the old one is gone. So
Yeah. It says here on BSO1, Kanohi retain an imprint of their wearer's consciousness and identity for a short time after being removed. Recently deceased beings can be resuscitated by infusing their mask with great amounts of life force.
That's so funny to me. If only Vakama had known that trick. R.I.P. Lekon. All right. I don't know. I mean, I will agree. Mask of Light has a lot of dumb stuff. Like, and you weren't big on the Coley game.
Yeah, the ending one.
Yeah.
And the merging, like Makuta merging with Takanuva. Yeah, especially like in retrospect, because Makuta's like a quote-unquote chess master. Like, how did that happen? Did you plan that? I don't think so.
That part he did not plan. He was
No, dum-dum.
he was caught off guard by that. I don't know. Like I used to be like you. I used to hate the Coley match, but I've warmed up to it a lot as I've gotten older because of the symbolism. Like
Hmm.
talking to him about beat him with his move, from the start, and like if Makuta was, well, no, I guess he should have been taking them seriously at that time. I don't know. Whatever. Because
I
in
just thought it
Makuda's
was
guide,
kind
he
of.
mentions that like the Toa of Light is the one thing that could disrupt his plan. So shrug.
I don't know. I just like the Koi game just felt too corny for my liking, and it just kind of made me go, okay, this is happening. I guess it's one of those things.
I okay, well, I guess this is my hot take. If there are only 10 fans of the ending Coley match, I'm one of them, etc.,
No,
etc.
I have two. I'm
Okay.
Yeah,
team you. I've
that's
warmed on
fair.
it.
That's just me. You
Now,
know.
there was a thing where, and Toa of Plastics alluding to this in the patron chat, there was a plan for Makuta's character in the movie that they didn't actually end up going through with. But it makes more sense in certain contexts where like Makuta may have been he may have had good goals or good like aspirations, but he was being influenced negatively by the Mask of Shadows, but he was like trying to keep Mononui asleep out of like concern for his well-being, because there's a line in the movie that doesn't really make any sense. He's like, awake he suffers, asleep, being asleep
Okay.
spares him pain.
That I just have to say that quote has resonated with me for my entire life since I heard it, cuz it's so true. When you're sick, it's like sleep spares him pain, awake he suffers. And it's like that's
That
so
is so
true.
me
When I'm
right now.
sick, when yeah, like
For
you,
real, for real.
when I'm sick, I want to be sleeping because then I don't have to deal with being sick. But when I'm awake, it's like I remember when both my nostrils were open. And it's like I
God,
always
so
think of that
true.
quote.
I want to be asleep right now. I'm dying here, guys.
Bruh. No.
Yeah. So there was some kind of other plan, and it's been discussed over the years. But it was from like an earlier concept or something. I don't know. But it might explain some of the illogical stuff. Like there were clearly like remnants of that in the ending, because otherwise that line makes no sense. And then like talking to him, and then talking to him about like calls him on it, and he's like, "You're not protecting him." And then the next line he says isn't even in response to it. He says, "My duty is to the Mask of Shadows." That's like, huh? There was clearly other stuff going on there. Var made a whole video about it at one point on the channel. It was
Oh,
a Bionicle autopsy.
Yeah, it got him in trouble.
Not well, the series did. Not that one. That one was innocuous.
What, the Makuta being the Makuta
I
one?
don't think that one got him in trouble. Wasn't it the BZP one?
Yeah, no. It was that one too. Because
Oh, really?
someone believed that he had ripped them off because of a blog post they made that VAR just didn't know about.
Oh,
So like it was kind of a two great minds think alike kind of a situation, and it was a brief like it was contested briefly.
gotcha. Okay. Well, fair enough. And then like lastly, I guess for O3 would be how it ends. The Metro reveal.
oh, I loved that. I caught on of it like beforehand while reading, so it made me feel smart.
Yeah,
I liked it. It was a good reveal.
they pepper in hints if you're paying attention in the books, and then they pull the curtain back. It's like, you were not the first Toa. Epic. Good reveal. The world gets broadened. All right. Any other closing comments about O3?
No, not really.
All
I
right.
think that's about it.
Then let's talk about O4, the Metro. Yeah.
The Metro. She ate, she slayed, she swerved, she served.
Oh my gosh.
Maryisms on full effect.
Real
Mhm.
real quick. We have two other super chats, both from Delrun Plays,
Okay.
both for $5. Says in the first one, it relates. Well, if you're into urban fantasy, that might explain why you clicked with the Metro years. And
True.
the second one,
Probably.
one reason I really like 01 and 02 is how self-sufficient the Matoran were in fighting the Rahi and Bohrok. Loved that little Bohrok War RTS.
Hmm.
And
It
thank
does
you so
portray
much.
them as very like competent, and yeah, thank
Yeah.
you, Delvin Plays. You're a legend, man. It's it is definitely a thing, but I think like I don't know, we see it less because of the lack of visual media. But I think that is true, especially in like the Ignition trilogy. I mean, competent Matoran, they're not exactly Golden Years exclusive. It's
No, I
just
mean,
you lack the visual media to see it.
after those like first couple of years, they increasingly get more dubious. Like the Matoran. And I love that so much. They become little freaks, dude.
The
my
four
God.
Matoran are all like they're messed up.
They're
Like
so good.
they're all like they're salty, they're like bitter. They hate everybody, they keep secrets, they're out to like get revenge.
Mm-hmm.
They're great. They're very
Mhm.
petty.
They are so petty. Holy smokes.
Like if I recall correctly, they all either like hate, are obsessed with, or are like jealous of the Metru from their like respective areas.
Some of them are like actively trying to get away from the Metro, if I'm remembering right.
Well, yeah, I mean, like
Like-
Akmu was trying to like actively like betray them. Everybody else was just like
That's
trying to run away and escape. Like,
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny. So, okay. I think the one issue that I have, and let me know what your guys' thoughts are, with those Matoran, is that every single one of those Matoran had a personal connection to one of the Toa Metru, and they also just
Yeah.
so happened to be the specific people that knew where the Great Discs were. Like, that always felt just a smidge too convenient to me.
convenient. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. I agree.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think they're hilarious. They're great, and I think the actual characterization that was done is really good. But it always felt like it's like I'm thinking of someone I just really super dislike in the Bionicle community. It's like if I needed to find the golden, the 14 karat gold mask of jungle, and he is the only person that knew where it was. Like, that's too convenient. It's like a frickin' course.
Yeah.
So,
To be fair, I think one of the reasons I'm not personally bothered by that is because I'm not big on the Great Disc plot in general. I don't really like it. Doesn't really get a lot of like mental real estate in my mind.
I guess.
Like the more Buzak plot line, but it's a very valid interpretation.
To me,
Were you gripped by the plant story?
No, it was just a plant. I think the thing that really kept me engaged was like the character dynamics going on and just like the chemistry these Toa had with one another. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like a big thing that kept me like interested. Otherwise, the plant was like nothing to me. That sponge or
Dude, I
whatever
love the
it
sponge.
was.
I want the sponge. I want it. I want the
Yeah,
sponge.
otherwise
It
it's
is my number 2 most wanted Bionicle collectible.
what? Okay. Yep, I'm gonna ask. What's the number one? Wait.
You
Let
can
me
guess,
guess.
LJ.
It's the
It's
yo-yo.
it's not even a question. It's not even a
Oh,
question,
the yo-yo.
LJ. If anyone
Oh,
ever sees this for sale, the Paraka yo-yo, I will buy it.
But it has to be
Please.
in the container.
No, it does. It has to be in the container. That's the problem. The actual yo-yo has no meaning to me at all. But the packaging of Hakan with the yo-yo, like I would even accept the packaging.
Bruh.
All right, that
I would say like hold the yo-yo, would buy empty package. That's it.
Wow. Okay, that bar is underground. Got it.
And yet, they probably will not ever be attainable by me.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, no, Marbuzak, it is what it is.
I don't know what the decision was to make the first part of the year about something that isn't a set.
Yeah.
I
Because
mean,
they never did that before or since.
oof. Did they really?
Nope.
Oh snap! Yeah, no,
Every
I guess you're
villain-
right.
I guess the only thing would be 01 Makuta. Obviously didn't have a set, just the Rahi did.
Yeah.
But like other than that, yeah, it's the only time.
Yeah, no, actually, now that you mention it, that's weird. But I mean,
Shrug.
um, yeah, no, I got nothing. Mary, talk a little bit more about the Metro.
Oh, okay. Gosh. Yeah, like I said, better chemistry than the originals. Um, Gosh, Winua and like, oh, I'm gonna screw this up again.
Anawa.
Ottawa. There we go. Winua and Ottawa, very like forgettable to me. Vakama and Matao, like I said before, dynamics very sweet. Vakama, it's kind of a shame because I liked Vakama as like a Taraga, and then we hear and it's like, happened to you.
Okay, but like, is he better than Tahu?
Yes. Leaks. I enjoy him better than Tahoe. And then Nuju slays. He's my god king. Like I love Nuju so much. And I think it's because like I did a weird voice for him that just kind of endeared me to him.
She was
So-
riffing on like his weird speech patterns, so she would like inhale while she was talking. And like, you're gonna be like this, Toa Nuju. Very like Takuma from like Biocraft. Yes.
It was very like it hurt my throat after doing it. So much so I had to like stop.
Toa Nuju.
Yeah. It was fun to do though. So, you know, they were fine Toa. I like them. I will always like them. So,
They have a completely different vibe and they differentiate, and for that they have my respect. And they get to play like main stage in the second movie, Legends of Metru Nui, which for many people is their favorite Bionicle movie.
really?
How would you rank it?
Okay, how could you even? What do you mean, really? Huh?
Really?
Really?
Yes.
I mean,
Most
I thought it
people
was
would say it is
fucking-
their favorite movie.
no.
I'm not one of those
no,
people,
no.
mind you, but
I
most
sure
people
as
would.
frick am. What do you mean? What is
I don't
your
know.
favorite Bionicle movie,
Maybe-
Mary?
maybe it's
Let's
because
see.
it's been a while since I've seen it. God, if I'm remembering the discussion in the movies right, I think I really liked the last one for some odd
Yeah.
reason.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
I'm asking what.
The last one, The Legend Reborn.
Yeah, I think I liked that one. I kind of enjoyed that one a lot. I don't know, like it wasn't perfect. But I had
You
fun with
can't
it.
see me. My jaw has dropped.
I don't
Oh my
know.
goodness.
Silly.
Okay. Wow. All right.
It's
Maybe
almost
I
like
just need
having
to
a.
rewatch the movies.
It's almost like having a good art style that doesn't look like melted bread
Yeah.
can like
Okay.
do wonders.
Melted bread, dude. How do you melt bread? You toast bread. You can't melt bread in a friggin' toaster
You-
or the oven.
You sog it up in water first.
Sog it up. Sog it
You
on
s-
up.
you-
Sog it
Soggy
up.
bread.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
Like, I don't know. Like
Yeah, I
maybe
really liked that one.
maybe it's biased. Legends of Metro Nui is okay, but like yeah, it is like my second least favorite movie. It's like my third place.
Gosh, you're
That's my
awful.
third. It's my third place too.
Oh my gosh, you're both awful.
Listen, maybe my opinions will change on like a rewatch, but currently it's third place.
Ha-
Which is odd because they're like my favorites, right? So
There's so many memorable quotes from that movie. Hello, Metro Nui. I always wanted to loud shout that. You don't like. That's such like. Anything Matthau says.
One quote does not make a movie.
if we look like Toa heroes, then we are Toa heroes. I'm just like, there's so many. I'm just a cross-wired freak.
No, I do love that line.
That's a good line.
Angsty Vakama is funny.
Maybe I just gotta like rewatch it because it has been a while. I'm sure my opinions will like change.
It's fine.
soon.
Go to Brick Fair this year. I'm gonna try and play it again because it's turning 20 in a few months.
Old.
Guanaco 14878 made for each other. You're so right. We have the best takes in the world.
LMAO.
Ugh.
Also, we got another super chat from Delrin Plays. $10. Well, I got to get some chores done, and I'll have to catch up on the first half hour or so. Anyways, here's $1 for each year of G1. Cheers.
Oh,
Thank
You're
you
so
so
kind.
much. You're very kind.
Thank you.
Thank you for always supporting us. It means a lot. And we hope you'll catch the rest of this later and enjoy it. Good luck with chores. So, and another one, Orky, $2, putting some money towards the melted bread fund.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No.
Melted bread fund.
Space.
Thank you for being the first super chat ever. Like it's your first one. Base. Woo.
I really like the movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love the way everything sounds. I like the humor of it. Matau as he jumps off the friggin' like pier and into the chute and just goes and then slowly sinks in. I don't know. It just it's a fun movie. I enjoyed
just
it.
great, dude.
I think he is. I think that the weakest part of that movie is the final battle. It's the between Vakama and Pterodax.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's just like, I'm over here, and it's just, I have this pillar now. I think it is.
Now I remember. I was gonna say, barely remember it.
It's the weaker battle between it and the end of Mask of Light.
The issue is in Mask of Light, you can hand wave that Pterodax is like messing with Takanuva. He wants to do like a game. He's trying to like patronize him. He's trying to like insult him. Whatever. In 04, he is not doing that. In 04, he is really trying hard to get the Vahi like for real on God. And yet he's not using like any of his abilities, and he's just like he's only doing Shadow Hand and like crushing pillars. And I get it. It's probably because like it's because Pterodax in lore is he has too many abilities. So if he was ever really trying, and this goes for like all the Makuta, it's like if they really tried, they could end like every fight immediately. Purple says, Meso, you deadpanning Gen Z lingo took me out. Blame Mary. She's like,
What'd he say?
You're influencing my like vernacular. I used to say things like I used to say things like shui. No, she's like for real on God.
For real on God,
gosh.
baby.
I have a trainee right now that's younger than I think the both of you, and she says swag, and that takes me out. That's like that is a mesoism from like 6 to 7 years ago.
Well, Mary also does that, except she's like swag money.
Okay, I guess swag is still a thing. Good to know. Okay.
I don't know. Like, I started saying swag money because I would get nervous, and then it just stuck, and I cannot stop saying it. It's a real problem.
It's a real problem.
It's a real problem. The swag disease.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wait.
Yeah,
So have you told her about swag bucks yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
the
story
great saga of swag bucks.
Story for later, but still. All right. Is
All right.
Is there anything for 05 left?
Well, for 04, I think the only other
04,
thing,
my
and
bad.
like, I mean, this might be just a me thing. It might be a you thing too, though. But like, I don't like how the book movie integration is handled in 04.
Yeah.
Like at all.
Weird.
Like we mentioned earlier, you were like how the Metro Nui years are like particularly egregious with it, and like sure, 07 is worse, but still, all the other movies feel like they're very connected because the events that are happening, like it makes it's kind of cohesive. O3 is like the main plot. The only other side stories of the bohrok-kal. Like O5 literally is the main story. O4, sure, you can say it's the main story, but every single other book happens in like a montage. They don't even mention the Morbuzak at all. They don't mention the Matoran at all. We don't really get to see the Metru bond with each other and figure their stuff out because that kind of happens in the books.
At
I
all.
kind of skip over that. I mean, that kind of happens. And then like the Great Discs feel very like tacked on as a result of that. But at the same time, you kind of have to put them in general because they are important to the chronology of the year. So, I don't know, it felt kind of weird. But overall, you did like Metro Nui. And you like the design of the city too, right?
Yeah, I thought it was really neat when you showed me like the map. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, the shoot system, all like the techie stuff.
So based.
It's good. I like the atmosphere. I like the design of everything. It's really cool.
All right. Let's move on to 2005.
Oh boy.
Do we have to?
Oh
yes,
gosh.
we do have to. Purple's been waiting for this, Mary. Are you going to hurt her feelings?
Oh no.
No, we're gonna hurt her feelings, all right, but not for not talking
no.
about it.
Okay, well.
Purple.
I don't like 05 that much, Purple. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
But Mary.
That's the truth.
But Mary, the Visorak.
Is bug. What do you want from me? There's booters.
Actually, it's an arachnid.
Okay.
We had like a document of like cliff notes to like jot down her thoughts, and the literal only thing she had to say about the Visorak were "is bug."
Okay, yep, that tracks.
Like nothing else resonated. Just "is bug."
Is bug. It's because that's what they were. Is bug. I don't know what you want from me, man.
Were you not captivated by the Visorak Bogorok's ability to imitate sounds? Remember that one time that they posed as like the other Toa to trick Matao into opening like a door?
No. Well, actually, that was kind of cool.
Yeah, there was some good
that
stuff.
I remember. Yeah, that was kind of cool. There was like very few good things for me.
Respectable.
It was kind of like the movie was cringe and made me like my whole body like had a reaction to it, like a negative reaction. It was pain to watch.
Really? That bad, huh?
I didn't really like it. Like, especially like Rudaka is the worst, dude. Sexy for the sake of being sexy, even though she's not really sexy. It's like, is this what they think like evil women are like? You know? I don't know.
I mean, certain characters are.
I guess. Like, I don't know.
Oh no, Purple. R.I.P.
Oh
Rudaka fans everywhere.
Purple. Oh god.
Oh boy.
The Hordikas being furry coated was really funny. Like that was something that I remember. It was so freaking funny, dude.
Mattel
I was like,
wanting
what
to
am
like
I reading right now?
make a nest.
So
that was a pretty funny scene.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty funny. Gosh, I remember also the book and movie integration was really bad too.
Well, so this is a weird one, and like, I told myself I was gonna research this, and I forgot to do it. So I'm sorry, but maybe we can call upon the collective power of this chat to help me recall the specific scene I'm thinking of. So, in the books, there's a scene where Vakama is being like really angsty at a campfire, and he walks off, and then he's like, I'm leaving, and then Norik is able to like come get him and bring him back, and then they do the adventure in the books. I don't know if anyone remembers this but me, and I'm trying to find where exactly in what book this happened.
Are you
right now?
Are you talking about the scene where he has that like inner monologue about Lee Khan?
I think maybe, because what I recall is there's two different events that play out. In one version of events, he doesn't come back, and he gets captured by Rudaka and the Vizorak. In the other event, he does come back, and then the events of the books happen. And I think I'm really trying to remember, because this is a point that's like really big for me. Because when you think about the events of the books, right, they do a lot of stuff that has to be slotted in somewhere during a time where Vakama is actually a part of the team. And he leaves decently fast in the movie. But they do all this stuff with like assaulting a fortress, and then Vakama learns that like the original Matoran were supposed to be the Toa.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about now.
And that happens during a time when he's actively working with the Toa. But yeah, okay, I found it. I'm not crazy. It's chapter 3 of the movie novelization of Web of Shadows.
Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about, but
it's only in the novelization. Yeah, you were right. There's a scene where Vakama leaves, and then Norik goes after him, and then Greg writes, it took some time for Norik to calm Vakama and for the two to arrive at a compromise. Returning to the Toa Hordika, the pair suggested that the attempt to rescue the Matoran take priority over the search for Kitongu. And none of that happens in the movie. The exact same scene plays out, but Vakama just leaves. Yeah. So what that makes is the book is the only version that can be canon. Because stuff not that that's any surprise. I mean, the novelizations, you know, they tend to overwrite the movies in general, but most times they were pretty by the numbers, if memory serves.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the other thing I remember now. Like, the novelization has to wind it back, because it is technically book 9, but there's book 7 and 8 that come before that, and they get turned into Hordika in book 8. So then book 9 happens, and you have to read it because it's part of the main story, but it has to start back in between books 7 and 8 to show them getting turned into Hordika, because that's what happens in the movie. But then it has to do that paragraph to then give an avenue for book 8 to actually happen, and it's a mess, and I don't like it, and it makes me mad. That's it.
Yes.
05 sucks.
05 has
now
2 good things. It has excellent music with Caught Up in a Dream and Hero, and it has Time Trap.
Time Trap was a very good book.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that one, Mary? It's considered the best book in Bionicle by many people, so I'd hope you remember it.
It was the one about the time travel mask, yeah? Aye.
It's not quite a time travel mask, but yes, it was about the Vahe.
Well, you know what I mean. I remember it vaguely.
It was one where
Makuta
trapped Vakama in like an illusion.
Oh yeah.
And like that was where the shadowed one got first introduced.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was when they pulled back the curtain on the Dark Hunters.
Okay. Well, that I didn't really remember, but I do remember the Vahe stuff. Otherwise, I don't remember much.
How could you?
Easily.
Yeah. Time Trap is very beloved. There was a community member named the Shadowed One who unfortunately passed away, and he was attempting to make a movie of Time Trap. And I mean, he was obviously a huge fan of '04 because of the name, obviously.
Oh, 04?
So it's sorry, '05 because of the Shadowed One. You know, that was when it was introduced. So I mean, despite the weird stuff in '05, it is a beloved year for like certain key reasons that really give it like a legacy, and that's one of them. Because I mean, when you look at the rest of Bionicle and you see like the Dark Hunters and the Paraka and how important they are, like that's where it started. It was with '05. And then speaking of things that started in '05, that was where they revealed that the Makuta was a species name,
Oh, right.
which I did not
Sorry.
realize happened so early. I completely forgot that happened, but it really caught me off guard when they just kind of slipped that in. The Makuta of Metru Nui. And I was like, huh?
Yep.
What'd you think of that, Mary?
I didn't like it. I don't like that Makuta is a race and not like the single guy. It kind of, I guess, to me it kind of diminishes his like power in my head, I guess. He feels less like Madunui's equal or something. Yeah, I don't know if he's supposed to be, but it just diminishes things for me. Especially because later on when I actually meet the Makuta, I didn't like a lot of them. Most of them. All of them.
I mean, you could argue
So.
that Makuta was portrayed as meant to be Mononui's equal in the early parts of the story, or at least like a brother in a sense that there's like some kind of important correlation.
Yeah. I think the Makuta in general, like Pterodax, he's this big figure, and then the other Makutas should have been this other race entirely that work under him. That would have been better in my opinion. But that's just me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think it's because the part that annoys me is that they're basically Makuta in name only.
Yeah.
Like, with how they look, they don't look anything like Pterodax.
No.
At least how we saw him. And the ones that are mutated look even less like them. They're just straight up like insects. So I don't know if
Yeah.
the sets were designed to necessarily be Makuta so
That's
much
a
as
fair
just
point.
like bad guys that were then given the designation of the Makuta.
I didn't think about that. That's a good point. But fair. But yeah, that's
'Cause
how I feel about.
That's what
Makuta.
we've learned in the years since, is like the sets were designed first and then they were given a story attribution. They didn't make sets to fit certain characters.
Yeah, that's also a thing they did. Yeesh.
So, boy, we need to talk about fan favorite characters. Sidorak.
He was so unmemorable that he didn't even get a race. Thumbs up emoji.
Sidorak's species. Yes.
How could you say
When you
that?
told me that.
How could you say he's not memorable? He has a voice that sounds like this and this.
Okay, the ultimate boy fail purple.
LJ, your Byakuya like Tagami voice is like a Sidorak. Like
Don't do it.
it really is like
Please no.
your Sidorak voice is up there with your Liwa voice. Is a great voice.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's good.
Okay.
That's what I meant. There was a side speak.
I'll just take your word for it. What's the matter,
That voice?
Mary?
Stop. It gives me the full body ick, dude. I need to take a shower after this. It's so gross.
Full body.
Do you not enjoy
Disgusting.
the sultry sounds of Barracuda Tomagi?
Now I'm even more glad I didn't watch the Danganronpa Let's Play.
Go to TTV Nerf and watch our Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc Let's Play. Warning, there's language. Also warning, it's really freaking funny. Not to brag, but it's a great thing. Oh boy, here's a funny one, LJ. I got a comment for you.
Don't you frickin' dare.
YouTube comment from Gus IT, a question for LJ, spelled with capital L, capital J, A, Y. So like the best of both worlds. Is there a way to bring back the TTV canonization contest?
Nope.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Have a nice day.
No. Negativo, nada. Not
No,
happening.
negative,
No way.
false, wrong.
Absolutely not. Fortunately. So
even if there was, we wouldn't do it.
oh yeah,
Not
no.
now.
We would
It's not worth it.
No, absolutely not. So, just so everyone, so this is actually, it's kind of funny because that we're talking about 2005 and this question pops up because, and I'll go ahead and bring the image up right now. That bottom row of characters are the Toa Haga, which were revealed in 2005. And the canon contest, the last one, was to illustrate the rest of them because we only got 2. They were the last Tometru sets that ever released. Absolutely not. Because as it turns out, there are some people that think they're better than all of you that would want to do them and would only want to be the ones doing them. And they would not do them well. So, fortunately, they cannot come back because there are no people working at LEGO that can canonize anything from G1. So
Epic.
Nope. They are done. G1 canon is officially and firmly over.
Yeah. You do like the Haga designs, right, Mare?
Dude, I thought they were so good. When you showed me them, I was like, wow. Brilliant.
Yeah.
People are so talented.
They turned out really well. I really like all of them.
Mm.
I'm not as big a fan to this day of like the vomit green on Bamonga, but you know, I understand why it was done for differentiation.
I feel like it's just kind of like the picture in question, because it is a metallic green. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I've seen pictures in real life of people who have made them.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Fair
not
enough.
a fan.
But
It's purely me.
Bionic Punk in the YouTube live chat says, your restrictions over the Haga made such a controversy, but it was the correct choice. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was the most controversial choice that we made, I think.
It was. But
and yeah, they had to happen. Like
I had total faith in the community always to make cool Metru designs, and even though the community let me down in some ways, it did not let me down in that way.
Yeah.
Everybody was very creative and very cool with it, and the designs are awesome.
Yep. No, anyone that was arguing for no Metro builds were quite frankly out of their ever-loving minds. And then Toatahu003 said, thank you, TTV, for making Metro torsos cost a fortune. Not our fault. Not our fault.
Unfortunate to be sure.
We didn't make them cost a fortune.
We call it collateral damage in the business.
We call them that other people voted for that. We didn't have a hand in that. So
Draybird in the patron chat. It feels kind of odd that during the time of the canon contests was also the time I was away from the Bionicle community. I came back and had to try and understand the aftermath of everything that happened. You know that meme, like, God, I wish that were me?
Yeah, right.
God, I wish that were me.
Yeah. How those went are partially why I'm still on a hiatus.
True.
Awful.
But neither here nor there.
You shouldn't trust Mask of Destiny. They're bad people.
05, you're not a fan.
Nope.
All right. Let's move on to something that you are a fan of. 06. Move along, just to make it through.
Oh boy.
What did you think of 06?
It was really good. Like that the general thought is very, very good. The setting was just another island. Makes sense for the context. So it was kind of like, eh. But like what they had going on with those like other little Matoran, and then the Anika. Oh my
Dude,
god.
those six Matoran were hardcore. All right,
Yeah, I know they like
will
they
mess
snuck
you
off.
up. They would sneak off. They would steal stuff. They would like run interference. They would like Dalu made Gali like almost drive herself insane by like seeing the truth of the universe. Like she would almost kill herself just to like make people like go on an acid trip. Like,
Dubious little guides.
and then we have Velika, who's
Oh,
in
God,
that
don't
year.
No, let's not talk about Valika right now, please. For the love of God. We'll get to him later. I don't want to talk about him.
Anonymous Sour Cream said, "How long did it take to get through each year?" That really varied on how
Varied.
much Mary's like patience was at any given point, because sometimes she needed like a break.
Yeah.
Sometimes it would take like a few weeks. Sometimes it could take more than a month, depending on how slow we're going. Because she would only have like the patience to do like 1 to 2 chapters a night, and then some nights we didn't do it. So yeah.
I'm only human, man.
I'm only human.
Oh, I knew it.
after all.
Okay.
The second
Only
she said
you.
that.
Elder, look at patron chat. My monitor.
No. I'm actually gonna say that.
Yes, I'm so glad, Monarch. You understand the truth. Perfection.
Don't do this to me.
Dude, I'm serious, guys. If you ever want to laugh, go watch our Let's Play on 2TV Nerfed. It's so freaking funny. Anyway, enough shilling. The Anika. You light up lightning, Toa, move along, boys and girl.
Oh my god, dude! Because what they ran away from like Metro Nui.
Yeah, they're like, we're sick of waiting around. We're gonna
Yeah.
like do things.
Yeah, which was it was ballsy of them, but like more power to them. I loved that they really have like initiative, and they care, and I love those six so much. They're so good. They're very likable, and we've seen them interact before, and I guess it works so well because we have seen them like before. One thing though, like Maku, I'm gonna bring up Maku.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. She got sidelined entirely. Like Holly's cool. I like Holly. She wasn't there from the start though. I guess she wasn't in Monog, right? Is that correct?
She was not.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was
She wasn't
introduced
there from
in
the start.
02.
And I feel like here's my opinion on it. I think Holly should have stayed the Chronicler as a Matoran. I think Maku should have been a Toa. I think she could have been a very different Toa compared to the Lady Toa we have, and it would have been like a breath of fresh air is what I'm trying to say. So that's my opinion on that. Like I like Holly, she's a cool character, but Maku would have been different. It would have been like a nice change of taste. That's
I
my
agree
opinion on
with
that.
you in theory, but like Holly already is a different character from the other Toa of water. So
Yeah,
I mean,
she's just she's a bit to me like she's a bit angrier, but that's it. But like I said, I could be remembering things wrong. You know,
yeah,
been a bit.
that's fair enough.
Mhm.
I mean, those are good points, but like, did you vibe with their designs?
Listen, and like the designs are like ugly, but they're
Yes.
ugly and they work
No.
for me. Like I like them. They're ugly and they're like good because they're ugly. You know, because they're like energized, organic Toa.
It was
They're
intentional.
disgustingly good. They worked for me. I like them. Gross but good.
They were meant to be freaks, and they were freaks. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the Anika, but I will never say they look like they look really good. I do not like the Sulitu. I do not like Holly's mustache. I do not like Jala's like mouth. You know, like there are things about them I do not like, but I mean, cohesively they work.
It's really funny because when I was younger, when we had leaked pictures of these coming out, I was so confused as to why we didn't get any good guy sets because we had the Paraka, and then pictures of the Anika came out, and I'm like, where are the Toa? These Toa have claws on their feet. That's not Toa. And I was just absolutely befuddled until we got actual like pictures and story details. Also, can't look at a Calyx the same way again.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Granted, I find all the
back
masks
to the
wildly
prototype.
hideous.
Throwback to
Oh, yeah,
the
they're
prototype
gross.
name for the Anika, which was the Toa Igniters.
Oh, that's funny.
Which makes sense. Context.
Yeah. Ignition
Yeah.
trilogy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the designs are whack. But I don't know, like because 06 was, it's not really. It's a continuation in the spirit of it, but people do consider it like a pseudo reboot, soft reboot kind of, because
Really?
it's a whole new like premise. You know, the quest for the Mask of Life, a whole new trilogy that was definitely not a thing people were aware of back when. So I don't know whether you consider it a reboot or not, because really it isn't. But like, did the plot work for you to like be like, hey, we're back to present day, the flashback's over, this is the plot now?
I mean, I don't know, because like it was like the universe is dying, right? Like
Yeah.
immediately we jumped to that.
Immediately, at like the first page.
It was a bit jarring. They could have eased us into it more, but you know, it was an effective way to kickstart a new trilogy. There were higher stakes.
That's fair. We already talked about the Matoran, but like, when the Matoran left, they did have one more guy that came with them for like 5 seconds, and it was your boy Takanuva. He did come with them.
Oh yeah, he got like shadow band, light band into irrelevancy.
Literally,
Loser.
like he just could not get past a door. It was like, you're locked out. Bye.
Sucker locked out of the story. LL.
Controversial
Stupid.
choice and the sign of things to come, but I mean, it wouldn't have worked if he was there with him, because I mean, well, maybe it could have. I don't know.
Then why have him like go with him in the first place? Yeah, you could
Because
just-
like, Jala and him are friends, and Greg was trying to show that they were still friends. So
Fair enough, I guess. Whatever.
I don't know. I think like Greg didn't know what to really do with Takanuva, because he was powerful, but a lot of the stories were kind of centered around like teams of 6, having a 7th person around, like, unless they were going to make new Takanuva sets, which they weren't going to do, at least not yet. I think he just kind of struggled with a way to keep him in the story, and it kind of blew up in his face.
A little bit.
But 06 also has the best characters ever.
Oh, boy.
Yo Paraka.
Oh, Paraka.
Yo Paraka.
They all hated each other's guts, but that's what made it like funny. You know, I don't know. They were amusing to read. Like, I liked their dynamic of like being backstabbers and just not working well together. Refreshing.
Some people,
nice.
like LJ, have no quality standards and find it annoying.
Dare I say L. LJ
J.
Johnson.
LJ.
LJ.
That's my name. Listen.
Smell J.
Okay. The
Haha, smell
Paraka,
J. Haha.
Smell J.
the Paraka are fine, I suppose. I just
Mm-hmm.
I don't like how they were positioned in the story. Meso knows this very well. I hate how the Toa Nuva show up, are like, oh snap, what's going on? And the Paraka are like, oh snap, what are you doing here? And then the Paraka
Right, they
just
get
proceed
rocked.
to unequivocally mop the floor with the Toa Nuva.
Yeah. That feels not great. To me, it should have been on equal footing. It shouldn't have been an insta sweep.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, they
And
fought for a
So-
bit. They fought for like 5 chapters.
yeah,
Like,
but the problem is, like, I think it's all the way that it went down. Like, the thing, this will always bother me, and I know you're going to be like, oh, wow, it's just because it involves Lewa. It's not it. But give me a sec. Hear me out. When Lewa finally figures out, it's like, all right, we gotta come up with a plan here. We gotta do something. We gotta work together, which is a very weird thing for him to do. So that's how desperate it was. They come up with a plan to just beat the tar out of Radak, and it still doesn't work because Radak does this really cool thing where it's like,
My special power is I can't be beaten the same way twice.
and it's like, okay, cool, but they're doing something new. Like, they can probably beat you. It's not like you're invincible, but the story treats him as invincible. And then they just mop the floor with everyone. And it's just these contrived ways of getting the Toa Nuva to be beaten.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I don't disagree. I feel like I do wish it had been handled differently. I think that my issue with it personally stems from the fact that I just think the Paraka are overpowered. They have too many abilities, as funny as I think it is. They should not have like weapons, launchers, vision powers, random special like ability traits, and elemental powers when in conjunction with another Skakdi. That's like a few too many things at their disposal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the issue with when you're fighting them, and in that fight specifically, they would figure out how to beat like two of the things, but then they would just get hit with like a curveball. When Hakan can just do like mental blasts, how do you really defend against that?
Yeah.
There's a little too
You can't.
overpowered. Now, thematically, I think it's really cool to have the Toa get rocked. And LJ and I have argued about that in the past before, but like I do stand by it. I think that in the greater context of the story, it's very obvious that the Mata are big fish in a small pond. And up until now, they have not actually encountered any threat that was actually trying to do anything to them, really. Makuta was just killing time with the Rahi. The Bohrok weren't trying to fight them, they were trying to clean the island. The Rakshi did try, but they were 6 Rakshi, when we have seen in the story that Makuta, if he wanted to, could produce hundreds of thousands, like in Time Trap against Voparak. Like, up until that point in the story, they had been really, like, gone easy on. So they thought they were, like, so good, but the moment they step foot into the broader world and they see what they're actually up against, they're not ready for it. Because people aren't going easy on them.
I can get
and
that.
I wish but that's my interpretation of it. I don't think Greg did a good job of outlining that in the story, because he didn't write it as if they were like cocky or arrogant and that's why they lost. He wrote it as they just lost because the Paraka are just better.
Mm-hmm. I think that's my issue with it. Like, I don't like it. And then the Anika come in and they just sweep the floor with the Paraka, and it's like, huh?
I don't think, but they don't sweep the floor with them. They fought them into a stalemate.
No, that's true. That's true. I take that back. You're right. That is correct.
And if you want to be generous, I think it's more of a power scaling issue, because the Nuva would have wrecked the Paraka at the end of book 2, because they were about to like decimate them, because they were broken and they were fractured and the Paraka had tore themselves apart. The only reason they didn't is because of Mr. I'm going to take down 12 people with one slash of my sword, Brutaka.
That's a good point.
Who just completely like wrecked everybody, but they were going to lose.
Yeah.
Paraka were over.
Nope. That is a great point. Problem quelled.
It just kind of pushes it to like another side of the problem, though, because then Brutaka becomes the problem, and yeah, I think the power levels of characters that weren't Toa got a little out of control there at some points.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
shrug. You know, it is what it is. Last thing for '06. Speaking of, Axon and Brutaka.
Tyler, you know, like old man romance is my favorite kind. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Resident
Love them.
Axon Brutaka shipper.
Mm-hmm. For real,
Epic.
for real. They were cool though. For real, like I liked them a lot. They were just interesting.
Oh yeah, I forgot marketing. We didn't talk about the marketing.
Oh, yo.
Paraka. Gangs on the loose. Nothing you can do.
It's really funny. I'm not gonna lie, the Paraka rap, but also it's grating. I don't want to listen to it all the time.
I want to play it
Uh,
nonstop every day, 24/7.
Not gonna happen. Move along. You know, that's just an objectively good song.
That's
Like-
such a good song.
You had heard it before,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, of course. Like, come on. What was it like? What was the band? All American Rejects?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
I
Slay.
am a big fan of that song. I'm a big fan of the marketing push afterwards. I just think it's hilarious. The band has been captured by the Paraka, and it's up to you
Yeah, that's
to
really funny.
save them.
That
Like-
was really good.
That's fun. I still no one has properly explained this to me. What was the hook? Why were they trying? The gang is on the loose.
They're the gang and they're on the loose.
Why gangs aren't good things. We should not be forming gangs. Why are we appealing to gangs? Like, are we trying to like?
Sometimes when you say it like, oh hey gang, you know,
Okay, I suppose.
there's not always a negative connotation.
I guess but it wasn't
I mean,
that when like Sakota says, like the Paraka were the villains, which I agree with.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
like, I don't know. I feel like it's just weird to create an entire marketing push around how they're the gang. The gang is on the loose. You're supposed to like
I mean,
find
I think
them
we were
cool.
supposed to find them cool as like an observer, not as like I want to be them.
I mean,
was like, oh,
I
they're threatening.
suppose. But I don't know. It always struck me as weird. It's like I see. All right, you have the Bloods and the Crips, and they're at a long table. It's like, all right, we're here together, rarely, to build Bionicle. All right, now the Bloods, you guys have Hakan, and the Crips, you guys have Phazok, and it's like I thought it was weird.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun.
Let's move on to '07. '07 was that's another year in the Ignition trilogy. We'll start
Yeah.
off small with something like relatively non-controversial. Mari Nui.
Oh, dude. Excellent location, like in concept. Like underwater settings are just really, really cool. These years I really wish they like had been explored in a visual medium. Besides like the commercials, you know what I mean?
Because the commercials were incredible, but
God.
yeah, if we had had like a full movie or something, or like, a short film or like a cartoon or something, like it really would have sent home the message better. Because Mari
Yeah.
Nui, I do think, got done a disservice. Because
big
it
time.
was a really neat area.
Mhm.
Now, this was really the year where we kicked into high gear with the robot geography stuff, because you were very confused about what was going on.
Yeah, cause like the chord and like the two oceans, and I was like, what is happening? Give me a visual. I was like, for the love of God, Meso, explain.
And I was like,
And
I
he
literally can't explain. I cannot explain why there are two oceans and like they overlap each other like that. Because
I was
if I
pissed.
explained, I would have given it away. But like they really start hammering that in this year.
Yeah.
Because like Voya Nui gets like there was an explosion and it sent Voya Nui like rocketing up to the surface, quote unquote.
I'm like, what is happening?
And from there, you're meant to infer that like so the main Bionicle part is like underground ? And it's like,
Yeah.
well, in a manner of speaking, yes, yes, it is.
And he was being really vague, and I was like, "Ugh," I was really mad. was mad about it.
I was determined to not let the reveal get spoiled for Mary, and we'll talk about it soon. But like that was the one thing I was very paranoid about her learning.
There were some close calls.
There were some very close calls. A few people in TTV who almost messed things up royally.
I'm gonna be honest. Every
Bro,
single
really?
time, and I'll call them out because I think it's funny, and it's not to be mean. It's just because it's funny. Every time Zach entered the call, I got nervous. I was like, oh gosh, Zach.
Yeah.
Because like we'd just be having a
Zach is
normal,
spoiler man.
we'd have a normal conversation about something, and it just out of the blue, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's funny. Man, you know the bohrok that used to be off tour? And I'm like, Zach, shut up! Shut up!
Spoiled that for me. That's right.
He did spoil that. He spoiled that plot reveal for her.
Like, you just didn't know what the man was going to say, and it was hilarious. It's like, wow, you know what I'm really feeling like? I feel like watching the final battle where Matanui and Makuta...
I really like watching the scene where Matanui befriends a beetle.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it was bad. But yeah, that the geography was really a big thing this year. Now, let's talk about the story serials, because this was the year they started. The story serials started this year. It was the one where Makuta led Mitoro around to revive Tuyet. Then we had the short story about Tuyet that was posted on BZP. Then we had Lesovic and Karzani, and then we had the Gali Nuva blog.
There was so much. Like, they really convoluted the flow, like, while we were reading, and it was just harder to follow with so many different things. And it definitely would have been better to read as it were updating, but obviously I didn't do that, so it sucked.
Feels bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a controversial point. LJ and I did a whole episode of Knack and Jay about whether the story serials were a blessing or a curse.
We did?
Mm-hmm.
We did.
Which one was that?
I think that's the one I'm watching right now.
Yeah, wow, that's literally the phrasing. Story serials, blessing or curse. Okay, got it. I see it now.
Yeah. Mary, like, after finishing, she went back and watched she's watching all of our Knack and Jays to, like, learn about community stuff. And, she even watched the proto Knack and Jays, the ones on the LJ Johnson show.
Good times.
Yeah, those were good.
Heck yeah.
They were fun.
I want to bring it back. I swear I do.
You should. It was a good show.
It was.
We've talked enough about, like, good things. Mary, go ahead and hit us with, like, your big hot take. What was the thing you really didn't like about this year?
Oh, are you talking about the Mari designs? Is that what you're referring to?
Okay. Yep,
Ugly. And
Yep. Okay, I'm getting a poll started. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Polly was cool though.
Polly was cool, yeah, except her joints were, like, incredibly brittle.
They're disgusting.
I think Mary might hate the Mari more than I do.
Yeah. I don't like looking at them. I don't like being near them. I don't like perceiving them as little things.
Well, you know what? More for the frickin' rest of us, Mary. Because guess what?
Yeah, you don't know. Cool.
They are so much better than the Anika.
Dude, not even close.
You're right. I agree.
You're
It's not even close.
LJ, you're on crack.
Yeah, cracked lime joints.
The Mari are disgusting.
The Mari are perfectly fine. Okay, and okay, so this is a thing. This is my great. This is the great dichotomy of me, because I don't like anthropomorphic anythings, but I'm generally okay with, like, animal motifs, right? Because I think that's a lot of that's because I grew up partially with Power Rangers, and there was a heavy emphasis on animal motif, and that's fine. So and I grew up on the Animal Planet, so I like a lot of, like, friggin' animal stuff, right? Blue Planet was awesome. It's a great documentary. So when I see the Mari, it's kind of like a combination of things for me. I find cool is like you have these Toa that are kind of animal-esque, but they don't look too much like animals. They just have that kind of motif. They have the things from animals that they can use to enhance their combat. And I think that's nifty. I think it's cool.
That's nice. I think they're gross to look at.
Okay, thanks. Wonderful.
You're welcome. On the
Mary,
flip side, though, what? Go on.
I feel
What do you guys say?
we're losing this fight, Mary. I can't believe this.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Honestly, me neither. But I'm happy.
Let them drink the Kool-Aid.
Dude, none of the Mari have anything half as cool as you may be one in Ica, you may be mini. You may have your multi-shot Zamor launcher and your light-up sword.
Okay, hey, no, we have Evanescence.
No, you don't.
Okay, but it definitely sounds like we do, so shove it. No, I'm kidding.
That is true. I guess that did the Mari did pioneer like the start of Cryo Shell.
Yeah, absolutely. With
Mari and Baraki.
oh gosh, what was the song called? There was Face Me. Which I think Face Me is actually a Cryo Shell song.
Yeah, it was like Ed Simon Malta. It was like proto Cryo Shell.
Yeah, and then of course the main one that everyone knows, Creeping in My Soul. And my favorite song from 2007, Crashed.
Yeah, by Daughtry.
Yep.
Takanuva 03, first of all, cool to see you. Second of all, that's an amazing picture in the patron chat.
Oh
I'm saving that.
It's perfect for you, LJ.
Okay.
Crab.
All right. Yeah.
Crab enjoyer.
Yep. There we go. Nah, the Mari are cool. They are also, this is going to sound wild, they are the first time in Bionicle that we got a Toa team that were not clone sets.
Oh.
They were all built a little bit differently, yeah.
They had
That's
don't get me wrong, they were still pretty similar because at this point the Unika and
Of
Paraka
course.
builds are in full swing. But they were not strictly clone sets. So, I like them. And their masks don't look like they were designed by the guy who made the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh, that's so cool, though.
Paleozoic bricks, the Toa Mata are not clone sets.
Yes, they are.
I think you really have to stretch the definition to say that the Mata aren't. Like, technically speaking, I do get, like, the points. Like, there are exceptions. Pohatu, he breaks the mold. And then the slight deviations, the Hunchback of Onua, they do have different limbs. That is true. So there's an argument to be made. But on the whole, their size, their proportion, the fact that they share the torso builds.
Yeah, it's really similarity of build, because the Toa Mata all the way through until the Mari have nearly identical builds. And here's the thing, like, you can have variation for sure. Like, we see that they all do have slight variation, at least in the Nuva and the Mata. But the majority of them are the same. And fundamentally, they are the same building experience, which you're not getting from a Mari. Like, if you build one Toa Inika, you build all the Toa Inika.
If you build one, you build them all.
Bro.
But,
We've conclusively lost this vote, I think. So I would be down with a poll about if the Mari or if the Mata are clone sets.
sure.
Poll
Alright.
some people. Like it's reductive to be sure. Like limbs do matter, but for me the biggest thing is the torsos. The Mari have like not only do some of them have different torsos altogether, but a lot of them have different key armor. And that like radically changes how they look, and that's like a big thing to me because it affects like proportions. But then of course on the flip side you could say, well, Pohatu has the same torso but wildly different proportions, so shrug. Go vote in the poll. I'm curious to see what that one is. Mari did win. It was 72-27.
Cringe.
So F in the chat. Listen, okay, I just want to clear for the record. I kind of like the Mari. I don't hate the Mari.
Man,
I like
switching up.
I like them as a one wave, one season spec ops gear outfit.
He's right about this.
Like if you need to go scuba diving, you would probably bring scuba diving equipment. I think that makes total sense. Where it borders on criminal is the fact that they're stuck that way after they get out of the water. That is the ultimate crime.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'll always hate them.
Nope.
Yeah. I think it's
Because
fine.
BIONICLE's whole thing was the whole thing was that they were supercharged with their elements. They had like glowing limbs and glowing swords and glowing faces. Energy of a star. Now they're just generic guys who don't have that. And they have weird powers that aren't that useful above land. Like, I don't know. Mari hatred Israel. Here. Let's talk about Baraki. How'd you feel about the Baraki, Mary?
Listen, the Baraki are ugly, but they work really well.
Yes.
Because mutated fish, like in the setting, which is really cool. It sucks that they're like boring characters. So, design's good, character boring.
Do you like
really didn't leave an impression on me.
Do you like the Baraki or the Paraka more?
Baraka.
Okay, well. Alright. Yep.
Hello.
XDDD times 1000.
Mm-hmm. They were very dull and unmemorable to me. Like,
we're gonna do a challenge, Mary.
Huh.
Name me one personality trait about the Baraki.
Evil.
Okay, but can we get a little bit more than that?
No, you can't.
There were 6 different ones of them. Name me like they had some quirks, but like I'm judging whether they were memorable. Do you remember the blue one?
Which one was the blue one?
Oh no.
The one that looked gross, and like
They all looked gross.
No.
the one that like kind of walked like hunched over, and he was like bow-legged, and he was sneaky, and he was like the traitor, and he like sold them out to the Brotherhood of Makuta.
The more you explain it to me, it doesn't help me remember, because I just don't remember these guys.
Okay,
because they were so boring.
Here, I'm making a point, and you're proving it, so thank you. You're proving my point in vivid detail. But I'm going to give you a picture. This is the guy. I'm not expecting you to remember the guy, but this is the guy. His name was Takadax.
Ah.
He had a quirk he could do, and it was the only thing he could do, and he did it all the time. Do you remember what it was?
Oh no. Oh no.
It was his only trait. He was a hypnotist.
Both of you are killing me.
He could mind control people by looking at them.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Sorry.
Question 2. Now that you remembered that he could mind control people, who was the one he mind controlled a lot?
Mary.
Oh no.
Mary. Did you sleep through 07?
No, I just don't care about these guys.
Yeah, because there's no reason to care about them, because they're actual trash.
Okay.
Yeah, design's good. Everything else bad.
Fish trash. And when I answered the question, it was this guy, crab guy, and he mind controlled him because he's dumb, because he's a crab guy.
You dare.
Are you a crab guy, Eljay?
No. No, I'm not. Minecraft
Now,
should have... okay, continue. It's fine.
First of all, Mata have won the poll. The Toa Mata are clone sets. 62% yes. 38% no. I will admit that's very close. So your mileage may vary whether you determine them or
Yeah.
not.
And to be fair, it's the kind of thing where I was thinking back on it, and I still do think that functionally they're clone sets, but I'll agree that they're not the pinnacle of clone, because like there are differences. Like 2 out of the 6 have significant alterations, which modify their height and their posture, and that's not the worst. I still don't. It's the kind of thing where like back in the day, I reviewed the Mata individually. If I were reviewing them again today, I don't know if I would do that or not. Because I don't know. Like the Toa Nuva, I think you can make a good argument for needing to be reviewed individually. Because they all have unique side functions. But I just don't know about the Mata. So I think this, Meso, I think you put it right. This is going to be your mileage may vary on them. Either way,
there is no
them.
wrong answer.
Yeah, that's fair.
And now here's the actual truth of the matter. Because as much as I meme, like my point is not to say that Baraki did not have personalities. My point is to be like, they're not super distinguished and they're very forgettable. Here's their personalities to jog your memory. Mantax was from Bolt Scrap in the YouTube chat. Mantax was suspicious. He was the one who sussed out that Takadox was the traitor. His whole thing was he would lie under the sands and like listen because he was like camouflaged and stuff. Prydak, the shark, was bloodthirsty. He wanted to kill everybody. He hated like Matoran. He was pissed that they were mutated. Takadox was cunning. He was like the hypnotist and he mind controlled people. Karapar was dumb. Elec was the animal. I don't know what that means, but I don't really remember Elec doing much of anything. So that about sums it up. And I can't remember Squid Guy's name or point. Yeah, Kalma was definitely a guy that did exist.
Kalma.
I remember him being like, I would say arrogant. Like he thought very like highly of himself. Shrug. Now, in the interest of being fair, because I'm not a hypocrite, I don't know if you could necessarily recall the Paraka's personalities either. If I held a gun to your head, could you?
Probably not, but they were more fun to read than the Baraki.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Awful.
Epic. I, for one, love this
My
take.
truths.
Only a few other comments about 07. Let's talk about the Titans. Hydraxon, the Maxilos robot that Makuta possessed, and Gedunka. Go.
Okay, so Hydraxon, getting like revived through Dekar was really fascinating, and then after that he didn't really do anything. So then I was like, snore. Gedunka exists. That is all.
Holy Gedunka!
What was the last one you said? The Maxilos robot?
The Maxilos robot that Makuta took over.
God, I really don't care. God, I don't care. There could have been a better way to show that Makuta was still alive. I think. I got nothing out of that.
Oh yeah, how could we forget? Leo's right. There is one more. There's one more Titan that we were about to forget. We're about to forget fan favorite character Nocturne, the 7th Baraki.
Okay. But Nocturne,
ew, that freak, yeah.
Okay, Nocturne's great. Also, not a Baraki, but still fantastic.
He is cool. He has like glow in the dark pieces.
Love the color
Oh yeah,
scheme.
I am missing one more, aren't I? Karzani was also in this year.
Ah, yes.
You forgot about Karzani?
Yeah.
Dude.
So did the story.
So did the story. God, poor guy.
Such a cool character, man. I'll never not be
was.
annoyed about that.
And then later on, they really shafted him big time. Oh my god. Really irritating.
All right. And then Matoro's death.
Oh, yeah, that
Oh,
happened.
dude. It was very well written. Like, and also like near the end, right? The epilogue or something. We got to see kind of Nuju's emotional connection with him. That made me sad. I was so upset by that. God,
Nuju was having like a crisis of faith because he was like, well, if it costs someone good like Matoro to revive Madanui, then maybe we need to learn to get along without Madanui because he's not worth it. And like he recovered pretty quickly from that, but like that was a fun like momentary like
it was
crisis
so
of faith.
sad. Matoro is so good. He's a good character, very good. Like everything about him is just so good. Oh God.
Okay, two things real quick. One, that was another thing that there were nerves about you finding out.
Yeah, because of Matoro's name, Dead Matoro.
Partially because of literally, yeah, his name is Dead Matoro, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh gosh, do not put the pieces together on that one. Do not.
I thought it was just like
connect that one.
a quirky name.
Yeah.
I didn't really
No,
put two and two together.
they're being straight up with that name.
That's hilarious. That's a Mary Bimbo moment if I've ever seen one.
That's totally
Um,
fine. The other one was because, you know, you just never know what Zach's gonna say. He just pops in the call. It's like, wow, you know what? I don't know if I've been the same since Matoro died.
Yeah, especially because Matoro's like his favorite. Oh, silly.
And yes, you're so right at chat. Nobody does care about Lesovic. Unless Mary, he's secretly your favorite character, and you've just been holding out on me this whole time.
I've forgotten who he is, if I'm being honest.
He was Bionicle
say.
Batman.
You couldn't care
Good thing I don't
less,
remember.
Ovik.
Explode
All right.
into a million bajillion bitty pieces.
We are almost at 3 hours, and we have so much more to go. So let's go fast through some of this stuff. 08. That was the big year. It was billed as the final battle. And we got epic redesigns of the Toa. How did you feel about them?
The only good one, in my opinion, is Kopaka.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Are you?
I mean, I don't disagree.
Sorry.
Are you ever
I
sorry?
think she's right on the money here.
Okay.
No, not really. Haha.
He's the only one who didn't get his color scheme like ruined.
Yep.
Am I wrong?
Like,
You gotta say, Eljay, you might like Liwa, but he is definitely not Mata Green.
Nope. It's always bothered me. It's bothered me so much because I remember when the leaks came out for the Toa Nuva, and I went, huh? This has got to be a fake. I thought they were fake.
Yeah.
I would too.
We've already kind of touched on the Makuta, but suffice to say you're not their biggest fans.
No, even some of their designs aren't like great to me. The only one I really remember is Krika the Freaka because of his weird mantis legs. He's absolutely disgusting, but so cool. I love his design. We went to Bricks and Minifigs. We went to Bricks and Minifigs in December, and I saw him there, and I was like, oh, that's a good set.
And then I bought him because he's cool.
Yeah, he's very cool.
Don't remember any of them. Do you remember any of their names?
No.
You remember Gorast? She was the
Was
girl
that the
one.
Girl, yeah. That
The
vaguely
girl.
only because she's the girl. God, she was
Yeah.
annoying.
So, 08 dealt with Carta Nui. So we had the first half of the year was where they were flying, and there were the floating stalactites, and then we had the second half of the year, which was the swamp. Did either of them leave a strong impression on you?
The sky portion was really cool. Swamps are icky. I don't like them.
Okay.
That's my opinion on that.
What about the Avmatoran and the Shadow Matoran conflict?
Do you my honest like thought, because
Yes.
I don't remember. I did, like, I guess I didn't care enough to remember because I don't remember.
You don't remember fan favorite character Solek?
No, I don't, Tyler.
Good. Let's keep it that way. He deserves to be buried. I don't know. I mean, I blank out about that plot a lot, but there was one scene that really stood out to me in our reread, and it was when Takanuva cured the Matoran Gavla, and she wasn't happy about it because she didn't really fit in with the other Matoran, and they were like mean to her, and she was mean to them, and she was like, at least with the Makuta, I felt like I belonged somewhere,
That
and
was
now
really depressing.
now
So
I don't
sad.
have that anymore, and she was like really depressed about it.
Yeah.
So
Poor gal.
like Greg didn't have to write that in, but he did, and it added just like the slightest bit of complexity.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we
Toa Ignika. Yes, Eljay?
No. Go ahead. I mean, there's some things we can cover real quickly. The big stuff. Like, there's a lot
By
to
all
talk
means,
about.
Eljay.
But no,
You go for it, Eljay. You ask some questions.
I mean, I'm gonna cover the big things. So, all right,
fair.
Matoran becoming bohrok.
It's so cool. Like, bohrok are made immediately cooler just by that alone. I love that little piece. It's a good piece of world building, I think. It really adds to it, and it's kind of tragic and messed up.
I'm
Yeah.
glad that you hold that opinion, because I feel like that's an unpopular perspective on it. Like, I don't know a lot of people that were jazzed by that, because they're just like, that's just kind of weird. It doesn't make any sense. There are so many questions, but I don't feel like there are really that many questions that come from it. It's just
I
kind
think
of
it's
a cool thing.
unsatisfying because the bohrok aren't characters; they're just like worker drones. And I think that the fans are kind of conditioned to think about Matoran as like people, and it would be like saying, "Oh, when a person dies, they become a Roomba." Like that's not exactly thought of. That doesn't sound like a cool prospect, but I think it becomes cool when you realize, hey, they weren't supposed to be sentient. They were all supposed to be glorified Roombas or like various different kinds of robots. So it's just recycling.
Yeah.
That's where it kind of becomes cool.
Because I also like that. So Sakota in the patron chat is like, I would have preferred if it was all Matoran and not just of Matoran. It seems a bit too specific. I like that it's of Matoran, because of Matoran were the first Matoran type. They were the first kind made. They were basically the prototype for all other Matoran. So I like that they have that specialty to them, that specificity, because it helps keep them super unique. And also, you don't need that many bohrok. Like, you don't need every Matoran type turning into bohrok. That's too much, I think.
Yeah,
oh gosh,
fair enough.
there was another part to that, but I can't remember it.
Oof.
It must not be important.
Ask more big stuff. Fire them off.
All right, the reveal, the actual showing of how the Toamata got to where they were at the beginning of 2001.
Oh.
The backstory.
Oh boy. Listen. Neat in concept, but didn't leave much of an impression.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. It was kind of disappointing that it didn't leave an impression, because that's like something I've been waiting for, like context.
That's so
And it just-
weird.
I know.
'Cause
I mean, it's not that
Yeah.
weird. It didn't leave an impression with me either.
but yeah, but you're
Well, okay,
yeah, it
not
makes sense
true.
for you.
When I first read it, it didn't leave an impression on me.
Hmm.
Now that I've reread it, it still didn't really leave much of an impression on me. But I have a lot of respect for Tahu's character because of it. Because it
Yeah.
gives him a real like weight to carry. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think that clicked as much for you because I just don't think you're a Tahu fan.
I'm not, but it definitely added something to him. As someone who doesn't like him.
Yeah.
So,
Having to make that choice to like seal them away.
I really love that reveal. The whole thing. So I'm part of a project, BIONICLE audiobook series by Toa Tapio Nuva, and I just read a couple of chapters the last few days, and they were both interludes from that part of the story. I'm a big fan. I really love that backstory. I love how we finally get an answer to the question. It makes so much sense, and there's something so weighty about all of it, especially the final interlude 5, where it starts off and Gally is talking to someone. It's a Matoran, and Matoran's like, "Wow, how did you do that? I want to be like you one day." Gally's like, "You know what? I feel like the heroes are brought into the world when the world needs them." And the Matoran's like, "Yeah, you know what? That I'll just have to stick around long enough to be a hero. Remember my name, Takua." And then he changes it when he becomes a Toa. So that was made easy. And then, Tahu brings them all. Tahu and Kopaka, I think it was really cool that they burdened both of them, specifically them, with the responsibility of bringing the Toa to the place where they were going to sleep for so long. An unknown amount of time. Imagine that. Someone you're on a team with just kind of tricks you into giving up an unknown amount of your life.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it's just
kind of tragic in a way.
It super is. And the chapter even goes, they lost a millennia. 100,000 years they slept. And they lost their memories at the end. So, it's great. I love that.
You have a good, you sell it very well.
Yeah, you do sell it very well.
I think the reason that it doesn't click, I think, is because all that happens at the end of one chapter. There's an entire rest of the flashback where they're not really doing anything interesting. They're just getting trained how to fight, and they're fighting energy storms.
Well, that's not.
And I like knowing where AT got his name, but other than that, there isn't really a lot to go off of with the Avoca.
One of the other ones. So, there are 5 interludes. They do not all cover the battle with the Avoca. In fact, I only think one does. One in a chip. But one of the interludes is them working on their teamwork, trying to figure out how to work together. And it's the Hydraxon took their masks and just put them in inconvenient places. And it also shows Kopaka and Tahu and them meeting Helrix. One of the interludes shows them waking up for the very first time. You get that iconic Pohatu quote. "Just one question. What's a Toa?"
It's you, brother.
That's definitely a good one.
That's one of my favorite books, to be perfectly honest. I love those flashbacks. And so many good quotes from that as well. Like Liwa going, "This is the life. Wake up, have a little breakfast, and spend the rest of the day trying to avoid being fried." It's a good book. We should probably get to the big one. The big unveiling.
Yes. The big one. The Mananui robot.
Dude. It's such a good twist.
Yeah! So good!
I loved it. It was fantastic, and it was a creative concept, from a geographical perspective. And it was a really good plot point. It made a lot of sense. And
seeing you put the puzzle pieces together after the reveal and walk back through all the foreshadowing and be like, "Oh, it makes sense now," was a very satisfying thing. It was really fun.
It felt very good. And also when Meso was showing me how the geography worked, I was like, "Oh my god, this makes so much sense. I love this." It's a really good world building, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good, well-made community diagrams that show the robot from the perspective of lying down, and the domes that are inside of it that have the islands, and it really just clicks when you see it laid out like that. And it's this is BIONICLE. This is what it was all about. The Christian Faber story, the allegory for his real life, like everything. This was it. Beautifully done reveal. And I'm very glad you enjoyed it. And I'm doubly glad you did not get spoiled on it, because I would have been very sad. And there were so many ways, because back when we were reading was when like the Great Spirit Robot Lego Ideas project was in the running, and I was constantly freaking out, like, what if this thing gets approved and we talk about it at a time when Mary doesn't know what it is? Or what if, God forbid, we go to Brick Fair and there's like a Great Spirit Robot mock on display or something before she's gotten to that point. So I was very like adamant that we must get through '08 before we went to Brick Fair.
Or
And I would have gotten spoiled at Brick Fair.
Heaven forbid.
Looking back on it,
You almost did, actually.
I almost did.
Well,
if I hadn't known, it would have been.
That's right.
I don't.
Yep. No, I remember now. It's clicking.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Heaven forbid Zach would enter the call and it's like, you know what I really feel like? I feel like the Matanui robot, which is where all of the Matoran universe is inside. Because I feel now I've just been lying down all day but it feels like 8 years.
Poor Zach.
He's gonna listen to this and be so ticked off. Zach, we love you. It's okay.
Yeah. We love the Matanui robot reveal. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. I want to blitz a few. Oh, I know the other big thing. Makuta taking over.
Oh, yeah.
The double whammy. It was back-to-back reveals.
Yes. I was shook when that happened. I was like, what is going on? And then when it like came out what was going on, I was like, oh they're screwed.
Because they tell you like 20 times through the story, like, Pterodax is doing something, he's plotting, he's scheming, he wants the Toa to get the mask, but why? And you never had a clue, you didn't even have a theory.
No, because you're like, what's going on, Mary? And I was like, I don't know, let me read.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, I also didn't have a clue when it was coming out, you know? I don't think anybody predicted, like, oh, he was going to take over the robot, because nobody predicted that it was a robot. So
yeah.
it's like, you know.
It gave me whiplash, but like in a good way.
Yep. And it ended things in a very dramatic way.
Like me
so much
in
for that.
2017, I will return. No, I'm kidding.
So true. The great Eljay firing of 2017.
God, he took over the TTV robot.
Oh my god. Dear goodness me.
That's why I wasn't on the planet for the final battle. I'm kidding. I'm done.
All right. So before we move on to the big one, let's rapid fire a few things. Toa Ignika.
Oh, that was like the mask getting sentience, right?
Yeah, the mask became a Toa because he was inspired by Mitoro.
Very random and unnecessary, in my opinion. I didn't really jive with it, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Brutal.
This was the year where Takanuva did something. He got angsty. He became like partially shadow infused. He hopped through like three alternate universes, and then he brought the Toa the news of the energy storms.
Yeah. I don't care. Like at this point, I just don't care about Takanuva anymore, and that's so depressing because I liked him a lot in the beginning. You know.
Do you think you might have cared more if it wasn't the alternate universes? Do you think that like turned you off?
I want to say yes. God, I hate those alternate universes.
Because by the time he actually showed up in Cardanui to like do things, you were like very bored of him already.
Yeah, I was sick of him.
And then the story serials.
Oh gosh, Bionicle Suicide Squad. That was funny. I don't remember much of Dwellers in Darkness or Destiny more. Now that
Dwellers in Darkness was about the Haga, I think, and they had to lug around like Zaktan as they went into like the basement of Metru Nui, which was where like the brain was, and then Zaktan got blown up in the basement.
That's kind of funny.
And then Destiny War was just like everyone is here. Order of Motonui are like at war. Brutaka
Mhm.
got possessed by the collective consciousness of the unborn Makuta species.
That's messed up, dude. That was pretty messed up.
It was very messed up, as Leah says.
Mhm.
That's messed up.
up.
That's messed up.
And then brothers in arms, Mezika and Voltraz.
Those two with their weird like tension. But it never went anywhere because of random alternate universe portal. Thank you for that. Love that. Don't love that.
I, for
Spoiled.
one, love in my stories when the two characters are heading towards an emotional confrontation, and a random portal to an alternate universe opens midway in between them and sucks them up into an alternate universe. That's my favorite writing choice. I don't think that was ever explained either.
Nope.
What
I
that
don't think
portal
so
was.
either.
I like to think that it was the portal that Takanuva came out of to like get to Cardanui, but I don't believe that's true, or at least it was never confirmed.
Let me
But,
take a look real quick.
Otherwise, if it's not that, it literally is just a random portal opening apropos of nothing.
It was
Thanks for
accidentally.
listening, Toa Curia.
You're gonna
What?
love this. It was a portal
What?
accidentally created by Vezon.
What?
Yep,
Die.
I'm reading
No
it.
way.
Did he even have the Olmec at that point?
I don't know, but it says here it's from the Farshti feed, so it's canon. It's from Greg. It says Vezon was responsible for the portal Mezika and Voltraz fell through.
That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Alright. Hate that. Okay. Let's just go ahead and rip the band-aid off. So, Motonui is a robot, right, Mary?
Yes, yes. Funny that.
And Makuta takes over the robot, and everyone's enslaved now, and things are awful.
Interesting
So
stuff.
it's time to drag a caravan of iron across a desert canyon.
Okay, yeah, here we go. I'm changing the picture.
Kill me.
With that, and
Why are we here? Listen, the shift from high stakes, like the year prior, to the low stakes beginning of 2009 was jarring, and it took the wind out of my sails hardcore. It came out of nowhere, and I hated it. I hated it so freaking much.
I think it's fair to say your investment never recovered after it
No.
plateaued.
I could not care less the entire time I was reading 09.
She
And
was
it
like,
showed.
audibly angry, and her interest in like reading it just went down. Progress like drastically stalled at 09 for like weeks on end.
Yeah, because I just didn't want to read it.
There's only one other person who I've ever seen hate 09 quite as much as you did, and that's Var. It tanked Var's investment in Bionicle as well, and it caused him to develop like desert phobia, to where like the moment Ninjago also did a desert plot, he was just out immediately. He didn't even give it a chance. He didn't even watch a single episode. He was just like, I'm done. And before then, Var was like actively making like Ninjago videos.
I can't have desert phobia in Middle Eastern. So.
Oof, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, let's just run through like the greatest hits of 09. So the
It's
Crossing.
gonna consist of me saying whatever.
The Crossing.
Bad, boring and bad. Bad book, bad.
Wow.
The concept of the Glatorian system where they have to fight each other for resources.
Oh man, I really didn't care. I could care less. You know, I don't care that they fight over resources. They could lose them for all I care.
All right. So suffice to say, you're not 09's biggest fan.
No.
Name like one, like, okay, so let's do the characters. All right, there were a bunch of Glatorian. Some of them have to be cool. Gresh.
Only stood out to me because like of the set that we bought. Like we found him like at a McKay's, the Stars version.
Yeah, on our
And
first
also
trip.
bought him, so that's why he stands out to me.
I bought Gresh for Mary because we found it at a used toy shop. It was Gresh Stars, and I thought it would be nice to like get her a Bionicle set as like a gift because she didn't have one. She actively didn't want him and refused to take him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Gresh Stars looks like a soaking wet cat. You know what I mean? I don't want him.
Also, you had the opportunity to pick what her first Bionicle set was, and you
It's
just
Gresh Stars.
you went, well, whatever's closest. Like really?
I mean, it was what we saw. It was finding one out in the wild.
Hey,
in, like,
you know what? I know you've never been to
2022.
New York before, but we're gonna go down this alleyway, and it's right next to a sewer, and we're gonna just go ahead and like chill by this dumpster, you know, to get our sightseeing out of the way first. Like,
I'm gonna be real with you, Tyler. Gresh Stars isn't like the pinnacle of romance.
Bruh!
you could have gotten her
It was
a
there in
telemetry.
person. It was there in person. Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it was there. It could have been anything. It could have been anything at all, and it would have done. That is such terrible friggin' just.
Romantic.
I cry. All right.
Hey, would you like to? I speak the Bionicle love language, and looks like
The language that doesn't exist.
Gresh Stars is a curse word. Oh my gosh,
All right.
Dakota! If you don't like him at his Gresh Stars, you don't deserve him at his Glatorian.
Based. Strack.
Get him, Strack.
He's fine. Get him, Strack. That's all.
The Get 'em Strat guy is the best 09 character.
Yeah.
Akar.
Honestly, he sufficed.
Kina.
Listen, she wanted Madanui so bad that made her cool. Stronger than any man, woman, or child. Okay.
All right. Gelu.
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 Good design. Gelu question mark.
All right. The Skrull and the Bone Hunters.
Got them mixed up constantly. Boring.
But Mary, the Skrull had lore. They had lore. Tuma, he was trying to save his species, and they were getting harassed by the Batera, and they had to run. They had
That
interesting
sucks.
stuff.
Sucks for them, I guess.
But like, okay. Madanui though.
Madanui.
Did you like him?
Yeah, he was cool. I liked him.
Because I feel like that's actually a divisive subject in the community. Some people
Do
do
people
not
not
like.
like him?
Some people do not, but it's kind of
Oh.
a split. It's a split. Some people just don't like the idea of him being a character at all.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm not one of them.
I mean, I guess.
But, like-
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a bit
I
too
like-
much for some people.
I liked him. I don't know. I thought he was amusing. Like, he was interesting. He was amusing. I liked, even though I didn't really like the other characters. I thought like his dynamic with them was interesting.
I
enough.
agree. I
Cool.
do agree
He's
with
cool.
that.
I don't know.
But was there anything else about 09 that isn't Madanui that you liked?
The bug.
The bug. Hashtag Team Click.
Yeah, Click gives me so much joy, and nothing else does this year. That is my take. I love that little bug. Aw. Everything else not so much.
I'm gonna post a
Every
GIF.
time he would do anything.
Me if I
great.
found Click on Bar Magna.
No.
And if you want to see the GIF, check out our Patreon chat at patreon.com/the GTV channel. Yeah.
Thank you, Meso.
I wanted to shout out, we did actually get a new patron. who joined earlier, and now they get
Whoa.
to be part of the cool like patron chat. It was like Guanaco14878. So shout out to you and thank you for the support.
Woo.
But okay, but here's the weirdest plot twist of all. You hate 09 a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of The Legend Reborn?
Movie good. I liked that movie.
Yeah.
I had fun with it. Visuals are like really good. It step up from the other movie. The teeth are gross though. Atanui's voice actor is very good. I don't know. I liked it. Johnny Test's voice actor was Barracks, and that really like killed me. Oh my god.
He does good. LJ, do the line.
The hang on, I gotta remember the exact phrasing. That's what happens when the metal claw's on the other foot.
There you go.
Like what else? Kina. That was not at all how I expected she to be, especially after like reading the book that she was in. She felt way too peppy compared to her book counterpart. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, that's
Most people
tracking.
feel that way. But is it a bad
Yeah.
thing?
I don't think so. Just because we got like stoic blue-coated characters forever, so it's nice to see a little change. Like I said with Maku.
Yeah. A lot of people like really didn't like how like peppy she was. They made fun of her like constantly and just found her annoying, but I don't know, I thought she was fun.
Lame.
I'll be honest, I actually really enjoy The Legend Reborn. I would definitely call it a guilty pleasure movie of mine to just watch and be like, I like this. I have a lot of inherent nostalgia with it. Also, sorry.
No.
Oh, someone posted something in the patron chat. Did not like.
Ick.
Yep.
Ick.
Teeth.
Teeth.
So anyway, I can't get over how much of the movie Lego posted on BIONICLE.com before it came out. Like full 5-minute long clips. This isn't a long movie. It's like maybe 90. It's 77 minutes long. And we had like
That's crazy.
15 minutes of it before the movie came out. It was nuts.
Oh.
People feel that way about like Ninjago nowadays, that like they get too many clips or trailers,
Yeah.
but like
Yeah.
you ain't
I've
seen
heard
nothing.
Yeah.
Legend Reborn is like way worse.
Also, just want to put this out there. Legend Reborn, I have this movie on DVD. I bought it day of release. Also, the first movie I ever pirated the day before release.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The hype was real. We had to see it. Dude. Come on.
LJ the criminal.
We had to know what was up. It was a really hype time because it was the start of a whole new trilogy that I can't wait to see play out.
Wow, no way.
Yeah.
All endings are merely beginnings waiting to be born. Wait, I'm getting a phone call. Disregard. This ending is an ending.
That is so sad.
Yeah.
Other characters. What did you think of Malum?
Did not care for Malum.
I know, like, I would ask what you think of the Voroks, but I know the answer. You've totally like.
When we were like talking, and like just about the years in general, he was like, "What about the Voroks?" And I was like, "I don't know what those are."
She straight up blanked on them and like doesn't remember them at all, even though they were one of the main threats for the year, and they were like the Scorpion people.
Yeah.
But like, and like even I was even like saying, "Oh no, they're part of Malum's like backstory, like they're his entire thing." And she was just like, "Well, I remember Malum, but I don't remember the Voroks." And I'm like, "How could you not remember the Voroks?
Easily.
They're cool. I like the
Are they?
Voroks." Yes.
I wouldn't know, I guess.
And then Element Lords.
Oh, dude. Those guys. Such a cool idea, and it was completely wasted. Like, on account of the cancellation. Such a cool concept. Oh my god.
They were gonna be like the main bad guys in the fifth movie. We were gonna get sets of them.
That's really sad.
We got like hardcore robbed.
They would have been really cool to see.
I wanted Fishbowl Head Man.
Okay.
Yes, Fishbowl Head Man. Play.
He would have been like set of the generation, Element Lord of Water.
Real.
Okay. Sure.
Now, the biggest thing that happened, I would say, was obviously like the theme was winding down. We got the entire plot of Bionicle just like lore vomited in this year about the shattering.
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
The shattering. Oh gosh. I remember like early on the Bionicle symbol. Like really interesting how it breaks into that symbol. It's a full circle kind of thing. It's a shame that it's wasted on a year where every single piece of content is like blah. So at this point, it's hard to be invested because it comes so late and to an area like filled with people I don't know or care about. But all in all, the shattering is a cool concept. I liked it a lot.
It's a very like I would say, not to use a pun, but it's very down to earth, moral about like, you know, the people who try to like mine for the natural resources of the planet end up
Yeah.
destroying it, and like the people in charge and the people in power don't really know what they're doing. Like the great beings just like the great beings made the element lords, and when the element lords rebelled, their big idea was to make like Batera killers to just go kill everyone who had a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
They're not exactly good people. They're not exactly good rulers. They're very like incompetent, and that's how they clean up their mistakes is like murder. So there's a lot of like subtext to the shattering. I just don't feel it really got a chance to flourish because of what it was. Look, at the end of the day, I am '09 resident defender, but
Hey.
I get that it's very messy.
Mm-hmm.
I bet I like
09.
'09 more than you, LJ.
I don't know about that.
It's like my third favorite year.
I'm thinking through the years. It's top 5.
I do not like the golden years. I do not like Metro Nui. 2010 barely counts. 2008 is like a fourth place.
I'd say
It's like 06, 07, 09, 08.
I would say 09 I might like more than 03. Bottom line is I'm a fan.
Well, fair enough. All right, well, high five.
All right.
We are people of quality. Mary, you have bad opinions.
Watch what you say. Oh.
Oh wow. Meso, you sleep outside
Yeah. Couch.
at best.
Sad.
But
All right. Let's talk about the ending.
Oh boy.
The amazing year of 2010.
Mm.
How do you think it all wrapped up? Talk about the ending for a bit. What are your thoughts? Because we had the Journey's End book.
Oh man. So, the actual ending, the Reformation, healing of the planet, Motonui, stepping aside. It was like extremely good, despite the circumstances, because the journey felt rushed, and I get why they were canceled, and this was like their last chance to do anything. It was extremely rushed, but at the same time, it was good what it is,
I certainly agree with you. I am a big fan of Journey's End. I just feel like opinions on it are very mixed because of the circumstances. You have the stars.
Yeah.
You have like years of story getting like compressed down basically into
very
nothing.
depressing.
Like
Mhm.
with the stars.
Oh, stars. It's Rockshi. I don't like the stars very much.
Does your opinion change knowing that they were basically all we could have? Like they were.
No,
Are
you
is
guys
it?
deserved better.
Well, I mean,
Frankly.
of course we do, but like, that was all we could have. You know, they were
Mm-mm.
Lego said no, and people campaigned like, no, they at least deserve like an ending, and then that was how they made the stars. The issue is that if we didn't have the stars, there would literally have been no ending.
That's the issue, but literally the stars are so bad. They could have done something a little better than the stars. I think.
I mean,
It feels like a bit of a slap.
you're not a set person,
I'm not a set person, you're right.
so is the part that you don't like about the stars? Is it mainly like the fact that they had to shoehorn the characters in a weird
Yes.
way? Okay.
Absolutely. It's very sloppy. Very, very sloppy. Did not like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a no-win scenario because you have
Mm-hmm.
you're on Bar Magna. You have to do something with the characters that are there, but then you also have to like roll. Yeah, you have to wrap it back around, and you have to do something with Tahu and like Takanuva because they're like the only two main characters that we still have. Really,
Mm.
it's hard. I don't envy them, but I get why it didn't work for you.
Yeah.
I recall you had beef with Bakuda just abruptly being like, "Hey."
Yeah. He just got like a feeling in his jimmies and he was like, I'm coming to Bar Magna. It was very sudden and once again rushed, but I get why, but it just made no sense.
I think like how he explained it, if I remember correctly, was like, "Oh yeah, after weeks, Makuta has finally like mastered control of the robot, including the sensors."
Stupid.
And so he picked up like the Mask of Life's energy. I don't know. The Motonui robot foot hatch escape route.
Stupid. It should have been that easy, like, to get out of him. You know what I mean? You'd think he'd be more, stable than that, I guess.
I mean, there has to be some kind of a way in or out, but I think just
Yeah,
how it was portrayed in the comics was really funny because you just have Gresh Stars like running along, and he just straight up sees like a real life looking like hatch. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna go inside.
Lord. Too convenient.
Eldray, this image is cursed.
Yeah, I made this ages ago. Posted it to my
Did
Twitter.
you?
Yeah, no, this is mine. Yeah, I
Cool.
made it back in 2020.
It's the stars, but regular size. Yeah, what about the stop motion for the stars? Paleozoic Bricks asks. We did watch that. Did you have any opinion?
Not really.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
messed up, man.
I'm sorry.
Was it
I'm
well
sorry.
made?
Well, yeah. It was. That says about it. That's all I got.
We were really like we were fiending for scraps at that point. You know, we had like the Motonui saga where we had like the pictures scrolling by with the voiceover.
Good
Here.
voiceover.
I gotta be right back for just a minute. Talk about the golden armor.
Oh god, the golden armor. Ham-fisted and lame and a stupid MacGuffin. It's not really cool at all.
Yeah, it was kind of rough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Very, very stupid.
I was talking about this earlier. Never gonna not be frustrated by the fact that Liwa was the only one of the original 6 characters not present for the final battle. Like, literally,
Even then, we didn't really get much of the other guys too, though, right?
we didn't, but they were at least mentioned. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
they were, not only were they mentioned by name, but they were also present for the fight. Like, you would hear about Gali and Pohatu mowing down like waves of enemies, and Liwa isn't even on the same planet. And
Yeah, that whole thing was
that
wild.
burns me so friggin' much. Like, in the story where it left off, Liwa can't even speak the language that everyone else does now. Like, he is literally like Motunui made it so that all the Matoran universe inhabitants can speak with everyone on Bar Magna, but Liwa was in a specific hut or building or whatever that blocked that from happening, so he cannot talk to the rest of his team.
That is, oh my god, that could have been explored, like, for real. But alas,
I hate it. It alienates him in every way.
interesting. It does. It really does. That's also kind of funny. Sorry, LJ.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine.
Oh gosh. Not to mention he got possessed for like the 57th time, so that's good for him. Pop off.
Yeah, that kept on happening. What did you think about the actual, like, the end of the story? Like, the way I kind of come to terms with the ending is there's an end to the story, and then there's stuff that happens after. So, like, the story has a conclusion, and then it's up to you as to whether or not you want to engage with it at, like, what comes after that, which would be, like, the story serial stuff.
Right. If it were me, like at the time, I would have probably just left it at the end of the 2010 book, and probably not have read any of the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, because once it's over, and I feel like just continuing, even though like some people probably itch for it. They're like, we really need more, which I get, but at this point, I would have been like done. Like after that, I would have been pooped.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I get that. I think that it is something remarkable that you have a story that starts on a beach, and like Tahu on a beach, not knowing what's going on, not knowing like where he is, and it ends with a picture like this. And he's on a beach. The circumstances have completely.
Yeah.
I love parallelism like that. Like, it bookends so well.
Yeah, that was nice.
And like
It's like full circle moment.
it's 100% full circle, and I think that's so hard to do over the course of a decade. But they pulled it off, and like seeing that, I can be satisfied.
Sometimes that's all you just need, something that makes you like feel content,
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm sure Mesa wants to talk about the story serials that came after the ending.
Yeah. I'm sure it's.
But I mean, we should probably start talking about those anyway.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that? I know Meso kept that a secret. He was like, come on, let's just... So a little bit further, there's a little more story to go. And then, boom, stopped.
Oh, yeah. The build-up, because he was like, oh, we're going to find out so many things. And I was like, okay, this better be worth it, Messanak, because I really needed a break at this time. And then we got to a story serial that just ended. And he was like, yeah, no, that's the end of Bionicle.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? That is tragic. The suddenness of the ending is insane. Like, if I were a part of this community at the time and the serials just stopped coming out of nowhere, I would throw up so hard I'd pass out. Especially if I was so into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you guys got the short end of the stick there, but also
the sad thing was, we didn't know, because it wasn't like Greg was like, "Hey, I'm done writing these. I can't do any more right now." They just one day stopped coming out. Like, there was no.
Really?
It took time for it to dawn on everyone that, hey, it's been a year now. Greg hasn't released an update. Like, they just one day they stopped. It's like you hear people say, you'll put your kid down for the last time after picking him up, and it's like, yeah. Greg stopped one day. We read the last chapter of written Bionicle material and didn't know it.
That is. Ooh. I feel like he should have at least said something part of that doesn't feel kind of right to me,
Yeah, but
especially like just leaving people waiting.
considering everything that was happening at the time, because
Oh, that's true. No.
this was something else. Well, he was busy with Hero Factory at that rate and doing stuff with that. Also, the reason why they stopped, which wasn't simply, I'm done now. I don't want to do this anymore. It was a little more than that.
Yeah. I think Meso explained it to me. I don't know if he wants me to like talk about that now
Yeah,
because I have opinions on that.
Yeah, no, that's
But
fair.
And I want to like save it until after we discuss like the serials for real.
Yeah.
And some of them, serials weren't bad. Some of them are perfectly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But they were like inoffensive for the most part. For the most part, I say. There's one thing that really annoys me.
One thing from the
All right,
serials.
I'm back.
Oh, thank goodness! Perfect
Yeah,
timing.
one thing from the serials. Bro,
I was like,
didn't want to be stuck with me, huh, LJ Johnson?
No, I'm just like, there's stuff to talk about, but we're like dancing around the fact that Meso is gone, and it's like we need to talk about these things.
You
Meso,
can
hurry the
talk
frick
about it, I
up!
don't care. I know what's going on. What's the one thing?
It has some.
cereal.
It's something to do with. Let's talk about the serials first. Let's get there.
Okay.
Dingus.
Are we on post 2010 yet?
Yes.
Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Samad's Tale. First one.
It popped off. It was very edgelord dramatic, but it worked, and it put like bonus points for it being the only one that was finished.
That's
so,
messed up.
like, come on, sue me. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, I thought
Yep.
Snod's Tale was a very good one. Also, one of the few pieces of Bionicle media that showcased romance.
Oh yeah,
True.
but
Samad
that's
had, like a woman he loved that was dead. So
yeah, but it's Glettorians. So.
Okay, all right. Well,
Glettorians.
yes,
Yeah.
Mary, they're the only people who can feel like
Kicks the
love.
ground. Sad face. Can't have nothing in this house.
You gotta accept it, Mary.
No,
So
I shall not.
there was a funny part in this serial because both Metis and Telluris were in it, and that's a big deal because they actually did something. Mary forgot both of them, including Metis, who she had just seen in the movie.
Yeah. When Tyler told me he was like the traitor in the fourth movie, and I was like, oh, that was him?
She had no recollection that he got turned into a snake at all.
That's really funny.
Now,
It's hilarious.
this whole thing in the serials, like this was the big like debut of the fan favorite character, Gold Skinned Being, who's like basically the ultimate Bionicle, like Giga Chad, like Adonis guy. Greg draws specific attention to his rippling golden muscles.
What is such a weird guy? Like, does that mean the Paraka are like canonically sexy? Because if
That's
so,
what Greg is getting at. Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, like
I don't think I can handle that if that's true.
throw all the Paraka and like a few other people into a blender and like bada bing, bada boom.
Christ.
Oh, hold up. We got an incredibly generous and very kind super chat from Kuba Szum, who sent $50. Wow. And says, I've got to hit the hay, so I thought I'd leave a parting gift. Keep up the great work, fellas. Loving the recent content push. Just remember to take it easy and not burn yourselves out. Take the 50
Aw.
and get yourselves some cold Coronans. Much love. Epic throwback.
Thank you
That's
so
very
much.
kind of you.
Thank
you.
It's extremely appreciated. Very, very, very much.
We're trying to like ease back into it, but to not overpromise and like overburden and burnout, which is why we're only doing like one TTV podcast a month and sporadic stuff because LJ's still working like 50 to 60 hour work weeks. So
Yeah.
That hasn't gone anywhere, but like we're trying to
Yeah.
interject like at least a little back into the mix, because obviously people still care. We've had a consistent like 50-ish viewers this entire time, and this is gonna be like the
Wow.
longest Neck and Jay ever.
It
So
is,
like
yeah.
people still care. So
Really?
thank you very much for the comment. Yes,
Wow.
which I mean it
That's cool.
makes sense. We're talking about the entire theme, so
Yeah, you're right.
um. Now, you had some thoughts about like the GSB because he's like a foil for like Anana. You know, the dream eater.
Yeah.
And like
Gosh.
didn't you have like some reservations about like what he was going to do going forward like
Yeah,
without
because
her?
he's so utterly like powerful. He can do a lot. Like who's supposed to go up against this guy? So I was like, I would only find the GSB interesting if Anona was still involved, because in a way she was kind of his foil, like an equal match. And I don't really know how interesting he would have been going forward, because what would the Toa like plausibly do against this guy?
The Mari just got like immediately mind controlled, so that wasn't exactly a great like showing.
No,
Um
not.
it's just weird because I don't even know if he was supposed to be like a strictly like villain character. He was just kind of this like weird enigma.
Yeah,
But
that's a
yeah,
good point.
the power scaling definitely like reached critical mass with the gold skin being, I would say.
Mhm.
Mm, I don't know. LJ, you chime in. What are your thoughts on the GSB?
I honestly don't have a whole lot to say in the GSB. We didn't get enough. All I can say is Duck Bricks, who has been doing a phenomenal job with the fanon contest he's been running since the canon contests ended. I think Duck Bricks, of all of the winning entries that we have seen from those, the winning entry for the gold skin being that his fanon contest produced is my mental image for that character. It's just so cool. And that's honestly that is all I have to say. I don't have enough of an opinion on the gold skin bean to really chime much
I just
else.
think it's really funny to me that people were very like adamant for years.
Oh
Oh.
my god.
The GSB is just like whoa. Hold up.
No.
LJ,
What's
you read
happening?
this one.
Yeah. So
Fill me in, guys.
just like the Avatar, he returned when we needed him most. The artist now I can't see the full name. What's the
I went to the channel. The artist now known as Stinky Doodle.
the artist now known as Stinky Doodle,
Good name.
with a $50 super chat, which again, thank you so much. Posted this. Guess who it is? Here's $50. Buy some Burger King. My name is LJ Johnson, and on April 15th, heads will roll. This is a real threat. I'm not reading the super chat anymore. This is all me. Watch your back.
That's
Okay.
insane. Thank you for returning and thank you for the support.
Thank you so
it means
much.
a lot.
Genuinely, we really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sakata.
This is the I posted it in the patron chat. This is the winner of the fanon contest for Duck Bricks for the gold skin being. So
Yeah.
I find it really funny. For years, people were like, I don't want the gold skin being to just have a gold Ernak spine. And I mean, like, technically we don't see the spine, but it's very obviously just a gold guy with an Ernak spine. Like, he was never ever going to be anything else besides that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Let's be real. Let's be honest. Let's be real honest. Now the artist did add some like pizzazz with the fabric. I think that was a good choice. because you're able to like mix it up a little bit, and also makes it uniquely hard to like replicate. But yeah, Mary, I swear.
Oh gosh.
Would replicate the model. All right. Moving on. So yeah, that was the Samad's Tale. All in all, I really liked it. I'm glad you did too. It's easily like probably my favorite serial like ever. It was like moving at parts. It was creepy. It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
There was lore. There was like bionicle racism in there with like the Iron Tribe who basically got bionicle COVID,
Yeah, but
and they all like died out.
let's be honest, there's bionicle racism well before then.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Don't forget that fire spitter.
We had a counter for those.
We did. We had like a slur counter. Eventually, we stopped because it got too much to count.
Yeah.
Here. There's not a lot to say on this one. Let's just talk about the yesterday quest, like really quickly. This was the one where you had the 3 new Toa, Ord,
This is the one that made me
Chiara,
angry.
and Zarya, that were led by Gelu to go find the great beings, and they found like smart Voroks.
Yeah.
So why did this make you angry?
The psionics thing, and the way that was handled.
Yeah, the fact that there was like a male Toa of psionics who was the first one, and he like mentally crippled the Zyglac species. So the great beings were like, "Oh, this element needs like a gentler touch," so they made it like
Yeah.
female only.
They made it female only, and then they still like Greg still decided to put the male one in this story, even though we really need more female characters in Bionicle, in my opinion. And then like he also acknowledges the gentler touch thing as like a crappy thing to say in the story. And let me just say, like, just because you acknowledge something in your writing as like a bad trope, it doesn't make it good when you acknowledge it. It does not even it out. Like I read a book like a month ago called Iris Kelly Doesn't Date, and she made reference. She's a writer. She made reference to the third act breakup, and that's exactly what happened in this book. And I was so annoyed at it. It's really lame. Don't do that. Like, acknowledging it makes it worse. It doesn't fix it.
So
There you go.
This is a controversial thing. Greg got in some pretty hot water for this.
I see why.
And I get it.
Mhm.
I also feel like a lot of people attributed a lot of this to Greg's personal beliefs a lot more than writing and illustrating the Great Beings as bad characters, as like bad people.
Interesting. I think people have like a real problem. They have an issue separating the writer and what they write. It's kind of they blur the lines, which you shouldn't do when it comes to that.
Yeah. And so this is the kind of thing where like I try and approach it carefully because I agree it wasn't handled well, and ultimately the restriction throughout the series just isn't a good thing. I don't know of anyone that
No.
I used to be fine with it because it was just kind of a passive, I didn't really have a vested interest in it one way or another, but I've definitely come around to agreeing that it's just not good. It doesn't serve a productive purpose. And it's definitely a decision made by an older Lego. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Lego of today would never do it.
Absolutely not.
It's very
And-
cringe.
Yeah, and we see they would never do it. They have actually gone back on that when they brought Bionicle back. So, spoiler alert, you know. But when it comes
Yeah.
to this very specifically, this whole thing, my understanding of it has always been that the Great Beings are not good people, so they would have an opinion like that. And that's why they would do the thing that they did. Because
Yeah.
that's how That is how short-sighted of people they are. And that,
I
to
feel like
me,
it might be giving Greg like credit for something that like
which sure it
yeah,
might
he
be.
hasn't written yet, but I think you're right. I think that if we had just gotten a little bit more of Bionicle, Greg was like right there on the cusp of like delving into the messed up state of the world. Like he was addressing how the great beings didn't even intend to give these people life. The great beings were fine with killing everybody on the planet. The great beings had like sexist ideologies. The great beings were power hungry. They were like crazy people. They were
Yeah.
like, mad scientist kings. Like I think he was gonna address stuff like free will, destiny, the gender ratio, like the core war, the murder, like all that. He could have addressed it in a way that was very like self-aware. And I don't think we got to that point, and so it reads badly.
Yeah.
It does read badly.
And you know what? Maybe I'm just huffing copium. That's also certainly possible. But this isn't like a recent thing that I've thought. Like I've always been of this approach to this specific situation, because this has always been what my interpretation was. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to defend Greg if it's not warranted. Like Greg has made plenty of poor writing decisions, or writing decisions I disagree with. You know, there's no doubt about that. What's a good example? Velika, I don't think was well handled. I think it should have been somebody else. I think the handling of that whole thing should have been different. I obviously, as we just discussed, I hate what happened to Liwa in the end, for multiple different reasons. I think that there are some inconsistencies in what he has said, in terms of he has written romantic like inklings before in things like novelizations and non-novelizations pertaining to Tometru. And there's obviously the litany of retcons. So, again, like, criticism where it's due. I just think that this isn't quite as black and white, but I agree that acknowledging an issue in the story doesn't even it out. The issue still is present.
I think it's totally fine to criticize, and I think that's something that he should have been criticized for. I just think that like in the moment, being in the community when that was happening, I think people were very like over the top vitriolic to him about it.
Yeah.
I was telling Mary the story of how much hate got thrown his way about it that I feel was past the bounds of like reasonable critique, and it was moving into like moral like value judgments.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
I've thought on that.
Yeah, I mean, we may as well talk about it now. We can jump ahead a little bit. What are your thoughts on that, and how the community like views Greg in general?
Oh boy. Listen. Greg is human, and when you see hate or disinterest towards the stuff you write as you're actively writing it, it is discouraging, and it doesn't give Bionicle fans a good look at all. Because in hindsight, he didn't have to continue the story at all. He didn't have to write those serials. He could have just said he was going to get his bag somewhere else and just stopped. He may have not, always made good decisions, but he was receiving that constant negativity, and that fed into him stopping. So it's no wonder he stopped the way he was treated. You reap what you sow. You deserved it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, that's your perspective. I mean, as an outsider, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, again, it's not to say Greg didn't deserve criticism. I think he did, but it was a lot, and there were also a lot of people that really didn't like where Bionicle went. And I mean, you can sympathize with that in some ways, like the alternate universes, really like the futuristic sci-fi vibe, like overwriting like the Polynesian mythology vibe.
Yeah, that's something I kind of got over though, because how much can they really do in that like environment, So I respect the gradual change. Now looking back on it,
there were a lot of people that really like pointed the finger at Greg as being like actively ruining Bionicle, and from like
That's so overdramatic.
prolific community members
Oh my
really
God.
started to turn on him. People in like positions of power. So I think that there was a large like shift in sentiment. I mean, we can't speak for him past what he said publicly and like on the LJ Johnson show and stuff. It wasn't all hate. A lot of it was he felt there was a sense of disinterest.
Yeah.
But I think a large part of it had to have been the negativity too, because he felt like continuing things were there was them even trying to give back and to make up for the corporate decision that led to it being canceled. And considering the climate of the time and seeing how it's continued in the years since, like it makes total sense that he would want to stop or not really feel like continuing. There was a comment from Diggy. I haven't read the story in a long time. If the intent really was to show that the GBs were bad people for doing the psionics thing, does it actually have anything to say about gender roles in the MU or just anything in general past GB bad?
I mean, we don't know. We didn't get
We
that
don't
far.
know, sadly.
That's the problem,
It's
because
pure conjecture.
Greg has even said in later answers that, oh gosh, I don't remember. I don't want to misquote because I don't want to like get people excited about it, and I'm wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, Greg has said like they don't have to bind themselves to the specific like element gender lock, and that it can be just the only reason that it's kept was because of essentially the tradition set by the Great Beings when they started making Matoran. But now that they're on Spherus Magna, that doesn't need to be abided by. Again, I don't know 100% if that is accurate or not. I vaguely recall that being the case. So it genuinely does seem to be a thing where like the continuation, getting the answers to this,
Greg was
got cut off
moving
early.
away from that being a thing, basically. And whether it was going to stay a thing or not, he was thinking about it, the implications about it, and with the Great Beings being in focus, you know, it could be copium, it could be us like prescribing too much. You know, keep in mind, there's no evidence of this, but I would bet a good amount of money we were going to deal with that as a theme. And that maybe it would get called out, among other things. But that's just a theory. A Bionicle theory. Thanks for watching. R.I.P. Matt Pat.
R.I.P. Matt Pat. He will be missed.
Quote, Toatahu 003. All Matoran are made in a factory. A hero factory. Faber, probably. And then 2 super chats, both from the artist now known as Stinky Doodle. First one was $2, says, sneezes. Oh, sorry, my bad. And then $5, just so everyone remembers, the making all the robots girls to make them nicer didn't work at all, and the Ga-Matorans started the Matoran Civil War.
Oh my gosh.
But then there was another comment from Bionic Punk. Didn't Civil War started because of a dispute between Poe and Tomatoran? And then the artist, now known as Stinky Doodle, says, shush, just assume I'm right.
Oh my gosh. You're the one trying to start a civil war.
Oh,
Oh,
So yeah.
Bionic Punk is right. It was the Civil War started because of the Pomatoran and the Tomatoran. But all the rest of the Matoran and Metronui did join in. They took sides. I think Ga-Metru joined Ta-Metru.
There you go. Rapid fire. Marindar the Toa Killer.
cool concept. I would have been interested in reading stories about Murindar, like with the different Toa trying to survive. It's very high stakes in a way, a more straightforward kind of way in comparison to the GSB. Also Zach's Mog Slade. Saw that at Brick Fair. It was really cool.
So true.
Agreed. See, we do say nice things about Zach.
Zach is
We
very
love
talented.
Zach. He makes really good videos when he makes them, and he makes really good mock spotlights when he
Bro.
makes them. There we go.
Stop kicking him. Oh my god.
I even
We
tried.
gotta praise. We gotta praise to get the things we want.
Sigh.
The new Toa. Did any of them resonate with you?
No, not really. They were just kind
Yeah.
of bland to me
I
at the
mean,
time.
They
It's
were
probably
they
because we
were
didn't get a
in.
lot of them.
Yeah, I mean they could have been interesting, but they didn't last long enough.
No.
Valika.
Oh, Valika. What a weird choice. God,
Did you?
Valika.
Because did you even remember Valika from 06?
The
Or did
most
you?
I remember is that he was kind of like goofy. You know, he
He
said
was the
things and
riddle
goofed up.
guy.
He was the real guy. I thought there's no way he wasn't supposed to like stay pure comic relief at the time. You know, he feels very comic relief, and he should have stayed that way.
Yeah. But you weren't like Team Kapura either, were you?
I think well. Ooh.
Because I told you about like the contest, and then we didn't reveal who it was right away. I wanted you to like ponder it for a bit. But
God, with Kapura being like Kapura, like it feels like a better option in general. Like I'm not married to the idea of him being a great being, but
it's
Valika
more
feels
preferable
very...
to like the joke character.
Yeah, Valika feels very unearned. It's pretty not great. Like, listen, sometimes readers piece things together and they're right, and it's a really good feeling, and it makes them feel smart, and it makes sense in a way because it like seems clear what an author planned out. But this came out of left field, and it really feels like everybody was guessing another character, so it was changed last minute so it wouldn't be that guessed character. It feels like it was done to create like surprise or shock value, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I do agree.
Yeah, no, 100%. I remember I worked with someone on a fan continuation a long time ago. Someone who shall not be named. And in our continuation, which at some point I got to do something with, I still think it's good. Kapura was the great being instead. And it made sense because he had kind of weird powers, and it tied into this whole thing where the Kistora were actually from like another planet, and it was good stuff. It was good stuff.
It feels more like it makes more sense than Valika, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was gonna be like the whole big like plot of the story going forward. Was the Valika great being reveal? I don't know. I think it could have been interesting to see fleshed out, because there's the added wrinkle that I told you about was how like Valika is the reason they all have sentience.
Yeah.
You know, or sapience, I guess is the word that is more like technically accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So he's essentially like their father. You know, he like views himself as such. That could have been a good story. I would have liked to see that play out, but we'll never know.
True. Yeah. I wonder why.
Dude, you guys are being too generous tonight. We got Trevor Samora coming in, also with $50. Says, gotta love the short-sighted GB's theme and later story. The insights in this podcast are fascinating. Lots of angles I hadn't thought about when absorbing all the story with a more unquestioning kid mindset.
Thank you.
Thank you, first of all. That's incredibly kind. And secondly, that is definitely the goal. I figured that's what Mary could kind of help bring to the table, because LJ and I can't have a lot of these conversations, because when we're just recalling things about Bionicle, like we're inherently like we think about it a certain way.
We're
We can
too.
get introspective, but we're too into it. We're lost in the
Yeah,
sauce.
dude, I was just
Yeah,
gonna
because
say
I
we're
feel
lost in the sauce. That's exactly. Those are the. You took them right out of my head.
Oh yeah, man.
We're really lost in the sauce. That's what that means.
Me, I'm not really. I don't really eat up the sauce. I'm just kind of here, less.
Yeah, you're sauceless.
I'm unbiased. I'm sauceless. No,
No.
sauce. Not a crumb.
And then we had another one from the artist now known as Stinky Doodle, $5. Thank you. No difference between the female and male Matoran besides their pronouns. There's no non-binary Matoran because they're literally binary.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Let's see. I guess that leaves. Well, okay. There was one other thing I wanted to address, and it was a question that was raised by former TTV founder ish, Starparu, who now goes by Solaris Magnus. He wanted me to pass along this question, and we've discussed it a little bit in the past, but it's relevant now. Do Bionicle characters have free will?
Not entirely.
Eljay sigh.
Not in because, right? Avalika quote unquote gave them free will, but they're still programmed to aid the Great Robot, which is what they've been doing in the story.
Correct.
They have free will up until a certain point. It's not going to negate their I guess primary programming, if that makes sense.
Would you say that is the canon explanation, Eljay? I think this has been commented on before.
I would agree with that take. I would agree that they do have free will up until a certain point, and that is what's following that is following their destiny. So their destiny is to do their destiny is predetermined. However, the choices they make, that is their okay. Now. Okay, hang on. I want to roll that back a little bit. I want to roll it back just a smidge. Okay.
It is.
Because their destiny is predetermined in the sense that that is something they can achieve if they make specific decisions and choices. But they have to be able to make those choices. They have to make those choices, and they do have the ability to not make those choices. Cases in point: Vakama, Lesovic, any Toa that has not become a Turaga but has fulfilled their destiny. The Toa Nuva, destiny fulfilled. However, they don't need to actually become Turaga, which is their natural end state, because they have the choice, the free will to not do that. Does that make sense?
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
Because the big study point that's always mentioned is Makuta, because Pterodax's destiny was to pilot the second robot,
Yeah.
and in a way he did that, but by technicality, because his free will clashed with his programming, and it made him want to possess a robot.
Yeah.
Now I do wonder, and I think this was something you had posited, Mary. Why would it be him?
Mm-hmm. If he's part of this group, this species of Makuta, why him specifically? That's the Makuta, the whole multiple Makuta thing kind of undercuts the concept of him being programmed to possess the second robot.
Because he wasn't even the leader. It was Mizrix.
No, it was Mizrix. Yeah. It was that guy.
Honestly, I don't know if there is a specific reason as to why it was Pterodax. I also don't know if there needs to be a specific reason either, simply because
that's fair.
it was gonna be a Makuta no matter what. But
yeah,
I'm not really sure, to be perfectly honest.
it would have worked a lot better and been more satisfying if he was the only one, but he's not, and we gotta live with that. So it works fine.
Yeah.
It works fine. Last one, and it's brief because there's barely anything. The powers that be, the Pohatu and Kopaka buddy cop story.
Oh yeah, they should kiss. That's my main point of, that's my main point basically. They should kiss.
Well, there we go. Fair enough.
But also, like Trenchrome and Curzoni were both killed off, right?
Yes, they were both
Am I
dead.
right? Okay, that is a waste. Absolute waste. It might make like sense narratively, for Valika to want to like get rid of them, but it's not satisfying at all. Because you could do a lot with those guys, in my opinion.
It
So,
very much read that
rip.
like in the new era of the story, Greg wanted to like clean out some of the like really overpowered side characters. So he was just like using the murder just to like get rid of them. But as someone who liked them both, I thought it was a waste because I wanted Karzani to do literally anything. And I mean, Trin Krom had like done something. He helped out with the golden armor. He was like helping out. I thought Greg did a really good subversion with him because like he's this giant Cthulhu like demon monster thing who has been trapped away, has these incredible powers, and like is frightening to everybody who sees him. He gets loose, and like yeah, he's a little annoyed at being like locked up, but he gets over it like pretty quickly, and he's like, yeah, I'll always feel like an attachment to this universe. I want to help, so I'll help. Fine. And he just helps. And yeah, I mean, he wants to stay in Liwa's body, but like, that's because he wants to be free. He was not like overtly evil. He was kind of a good
Chill.
dude.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really fun twist.
Trenchrome?
Yeah. Jinko. He has the whole monologue when he gets freed about like how he briefly considered like, oh, do I take revenge? And then he was like, no, that'd be really stupid because this is my universe too, and I will always have some kind of responsibility for it. I should probably just help.
Yeah. No,
And I thought that was a really fun, fresh take.
Yeah.
Red Star.
Red Star. It makes sense in the grand scheme of things, with its purpose, but it's still kind of whack. Like, if it wasn't broken, death would feel very meaningless. You know? It's like, for what?
So true. It's a divisive point to be sure.
Mhm.
I think people were very mad at it because they thought that Greg was going to bring back old characters, but his plan was to always have them be like zombified versions of themselves.
It's funny.
His words, it was going to be like a zombies on a space station story.
Yeah, that would have been, like, cool. In a sense. I don't really like zombies anymore. I used to like them a lot when I was younger, and now they just make me want to sleep. But it would have been cool to see Pohatu and Kopaka in this setting, and how their dynamic works in this weird setting.
And Gardas, right?
No. Gardas.
Gardas, Mary. You remember Gardas, the epic designed character? The Bionicle Stars combiner model, Mary? You
Oh,
remember
no.
Gardas. Surely. Surely.
Oh, that
Who am I?
disgusting little beast. No, I don't want to remember Gardas, no thanks. Let's not talk about him.
He is like the freakiest set ever made,
Icky.
I think.
Icky.
Like, it's actually hilarious.
Absolutely icky.
I think that's it. That was all we like took notes on.
Dang.
And you already talked about the Bionicle fans and stuff. So, like, I mean, put yourself in our shoes. If you were a fan of Bionicle and this all happened and you went through that crazy ride and you got bombarded with those last minute plot revelations after the stars and then it just abruptly stops because Greg went to go, like, right for Ninjago.
Yeah, no, I told LJ this while you were gone. I'd throw up so hard I'd pass out.
Epic.
Like, for real. Like, I would be so miserable And I guess Bionicle fans are, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was a dark time, I won't lie to you. Like, some of us coped better than others. I think some of us sunk our time into like creative projects. Whether they worked or not is another matter. But like large scale community projects were a way that people coped with it. Other people coped with it through trying to do like petitions and trying to like get it back and kind of like forming an existence around like their anger that it was gone. And then other people just became really like salty and bitter and tried to like get power in like a small kind of, it's like a big fish in a small pond kind of thing. Like, oh, Bionicle's gone now. So if we can become like influential like community members and we can get a lot of like fame and popularity, like we can be like the top dogs in this like kiddie pool. And you know, everybody processed it differently. So it's
Makes
a winding road. Mary, I leave the choice to you. We are gonna hopefully do another one of these. We could save, because we were gonna do a whole segment where we like talk about Bionicle from the context of like Mary being a former Ninjago fan and how Bionicle relates to like other Lego themes and how it stands. We could just save that for the next one.
Whatever
if
you
you
want,
want.
man.
Or you could, or we could do it right now.
I do not mind either way.
Do you have an opinion,
Whatever you're
Eljay?
feeling.
Yeah, I can also, so I have a couple of thoughts on that, because we can either save it and do it another time, or we could just get it out of the way now, but it's going to take like half an hour, I'm sure.
Correct.
We've already been going for about 4.5 hours.
Jesus.
So I personally, because we've done a Bionicle versus Ninjago video, I'm personally fine if we did a sequel to that. And just do it that way. And just be like Bionicle versus Ninjago Part 2.
That's fair.
That way we can like dedicate more time to it. We can like flesh
Get
it out a
Mary's
bit.
perspective on Ninjago, which will be fun.
Breathe a little bit, yeah. If you weren't nervous
you
before,
say, Mary?
no, I'm kidding.
Does that sound fun to you, Mary?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
We don't have to. If you want to do it right now, just say so. We will.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have a preference, dude.
All right. In that case, that's what we'll do. We'll lock it in. We're going to drag Mary back on multiple times. We're going to drag her back on for the G2 episode. We're going to drag her back on for the Ninjago episode. This will be great.
Great.
In that case, I'm going to read some more super chats, and then we'll get your final closing thoughts on Bionicle, and then we will end, because it's way too late for Q&A.
All right.
So, oh yeah, Draybird asks, what about the Hero Factory episode? She's going to talk about Hero Factory on the G2 episode, because let's be honest, I mean, they kind of bridge into each other, and there isn't really enough to say about either one independently, so may as well pad it out a little bit. So super chats, another super chat. Wait, no. Here's one from GG Anime, $5. There's a question for you, Mary, or at least you're equipped to answer it. You ever think the story went to Barra Magna because some poor soul on the story team took an unfortunate trip to Arizona?
Probably.
It is certified Barra Magna special.
It sucks here, dude. I freaking hate Arizona. Save me.
Working on it. Work in progress. Trevor Samora, $20. Maybe the real sauce was the free will we all got lost in along the way.
Oh, yeah. That sweet, sweet sauce.
That sweet sauce.
Goated with the sauce.
And then another $20, the artist now known as Stinky Doodle. Maybe the way was the free will we got sauced in along the loss.
Listen, am I having the stroke or are they having the stroke?
They are having the stroke.
It's okay.
Okay.
Everyone can join in.
And yeah, Bionic Punk is like Velika basically removed nearly all of the potential villain storylines in future
Yeah.
arcs.
So dumb.
Not doing that. Not
So
doing that.
dumb.
We're definitely not doing that.
Here, okay. We're not gonna do a lot of Q&A. 3 questions. Go. First question's already been asked from Bionic Punk. Ask her what's her favorite character and set.
Favorite character is flip flops between Kopaka and Nujulat. Favorite set? God, Krika is so good. He's so gross. I will never stop thinking about Krika and his gross little mantis arms. I love that set so much.
He's epic. I love Krika
Oh.
too. He's really cool. All right. Sakota, best character arc and worst character arc in the whole series.
God, character arcs are such a blur to me, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a point
I
you
can
have.
barely remember. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the character arcs are very subtle, so I can't really pick out like an arc personally. That's just me.
That's fair.
Hmm.
I will answer for you in your stead then. Tahu.
Go.
As much as I meme him, he has a very clearly defined character arc that was executed very well. And by the end, he's completely unrecognizable from how he started.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I know he's not your fave, but
No.
credit where credit is due.
Yeah. I getcha.
Toa Plastic, with the wrap-up coming along, I'd like to say it's nice to see some new outside perspective, because I feel like a lot of the discourse in the Bionicle community these days is just the same few cold takes being uncritically regurgitated ad nauseum. Yeah. I mean, that's what you get when you have like 24 years of the same talking points, basically. Another super chat, dude.
What?
Another one from the artist now known as Sticky Doodle, $50, dude. You guys are too nice tonight. You're like, I'm losing my mind.
You're too
He
generous.
says, hey, Elder, you read this one.
Guess who? Here's $50. Oh, wait. I already read this one. Anyway, I, LJ Johnson, was serious with what I said. Heads will roll. Watch out, Duck Bricks. I hope you locked your doors, chump. Oh my
Dude.
gosh. Chris, we love you.
Those intimidating allegations.
We love Duck Bricks. Duck Bricks is coming to Brick Fair, Virginia this year.
Please.
I really hope I can go. It's just finances might make it difficult. But Duck Bricks is really cool. We love Duck Bricks. Okay.
Duck Bricks is great. I'm not gonna hurt him.
If there is another... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, there's last question from Monarb. If this is the ending question part, if he was given the choice and with no any outside influences, which Toa team would Takanuva want to join? The Toa Mata or the Toa Ignika, and which team would he relate to the most? I assume you mean like the Mari and the Anika. So like if he wanted to join up, do you think he would like fit in better with like the OGs or like the Mari since they're like down a member?
Oh.
Dang. The
Do you
white.
see? I'm biased. I want to say the Mari, but that's like me being like, hee, they're friends, you know. But I think
Yeah.
aesthetic-wise, probably, the original flavor.
I would hope he would join with the Mari. It would make no sense. The Nuva, we didn't even talk about Tahu becoming like Bionicle God, having like all 42 Rakshi powers.
So stupid, dude.
They don't need Tahu doesn't even need a team anymore. He can do anybody. Like he can do anything. He can fight off anyone. He can have any power he wants.
Ugh.
Oh, he doesn't have all 42. He only has like. Oh yeah, that's right. He only has however many were on the battlefield at the time, which is a very nebulous non-answer that lets Greg like play around with it. I believe that was the answer. Am I correct, LJ?
Yep. Yeah, it's basically the convenient power setup.
He can have any power at any time that Greg needs him to, basically.
As long as it's not. It could be 41 powers, as long as it isn't 42.
Oh, that's so wonderful. I think that's brilliant. I was trying to find like on the wiki, but I can't find it. Oh well, I'm tired. Mary,
Yes.
final thoughts without getting into the Ninjaga stuff. We'll save that for another time. Bionicle as a whole, did you have fun?
Yeah.
And what like
did have
did or
fun.
didn't work for you?
Oh, you want me to summarize all of it? Oh my god.
Just any thoughts that come to your mind. You don't have to summarize all of it, but like what stands out as being like particularly fun or like bad?
I mean, listen, Bionicle is like good. It's just one of those things I wish I had gotten into sooner. Um, for the like reason of I'm sure I would like it much more than I do. Um, I don't know, like the one of the best things about it is the world building. I love the world building. I love that freaking robot. I think it's really cool. Um, but like the drop off is really bad in my opinion. So with the whole '09 thing that peeves me to no end.
It really took like a
dive.
sledgehammer to your
Mhm.
personal interest.
Sledgehammer right to the gut. So
That's sad.
I'm glad I got into it though. Like I wouldn't have. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't have gotten like I wouldn't have read it if we weren't dating. For real.
Which is
So-
reasonable if sci-fi isn't your speed.
It isn't my speed. So.
And even
I'm glad I
now,
got
like,
into it.
I think it's fair to say that like you're not like a super fan. You're more like a casual
I-
enjoyer.
I'm a casual enjoyer. I'm not like popping bottles over Bionicle. I'm just enjoying the ride. You know, that's how I view it.
Yeah. And I think it's just fun for you to get the experience because it's such a large part of, you know, us as people.
Yeah. It's like your
So-
guys' thing. I swear, every conversation it comes back to Bionicle. It's kind of funny.
It's just part of our
impressive.
DNA at this point, you know.
Yeah.
We're for
True.
better or worse, we're in it for the long haul.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait for G3, ain't that right, LJ?
Gonna be great.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
Big rip, Eljay Johnson.
maybe if we do get a G3, maybe I'll have time to review it.
Maybe. That would be nice. Imagine getting it from the artist, not artist Thinky Doodle. Imagine getting into a life and death situation, and when you call 911, you recognize the dude on the other end from his Bionicle reviews.
That
I'm sorry, I know I'm bleeding out, but are you Eljay Johnson?
He
so
says, by the way, I've got plenty of moo lettuce and I love you guys. Well, it's really
Aw.
kind of you. Like, it's really helpful too. Like, we want to keep the TTV message boards up, and that's a pretty expensive ask every month. So thank you.
it really
It
does
is
help.
it is a big help.
I haven't had anyone recognize me on the phone yet. So plastic 911. What's your? No way. Is that Liwa? Not if Mary's calling.
What?
But I've had a coworker. This is a real surreal thing to have happen. He got out of training, and his first thing to do is to walk into the office. He pulls up a chair. He sits right next to me. Like, he's well in my bubble at this point. And he goes, You're LJ Johnson. Fight or flight never
Dude.
kicked up so fast.
Dude.
Absolutely. He still works at the agency I work with, so and he's a cool dude. But
Was he at least like a fan of yours and not a hater?
Yes. No, he like, but that's the thing though. He didn't watch TTV. He specifically watched my reviews, so he knew me, and he likes the videos. He's a Bionicle fan, not quite to the same extent, but he likes Bionicle and he likes Lego Star Wars. So no, he's a cool guy.
Imagine if he had been a hater. Imagine if he had been one of the people that like thinks you're like scum.
Genuinely, it would have been a concern. would have been a problem.
Yeah.
But no, he's
Well,
he's cool.
that's a funny story. LJ is a very controversial figure in the community. You're so right, Paleozoic Bricks.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, you've only known me in my mature adult era. You didn't know me in my scrappy
Fair enough.
era.
That's true. I
Oh,
will
no.
say that like LJ did have a habit of like he would piss off a lot of people. Unintentional instigator was the name.
True.
When I think of like the members of TTV, I think of the descriptor "the nicest people alive." So
What?
Aw.
like, that's just how I see you. 'Cause you guys are always so nice.
Oh.
I don't know.
Well,
see,
that's kind of
see
you.
everyone, I can be nice. I'm not intimidating. I swear.
Well, that's because you actually like you actually know us, Mary. Like
Yeah,
I think
that's true. I
that helps a lot because a lot of people
Really
form
does.
opinions. A lot of people form opinions of us based on just like mistakes we've made or like things we've done that they didn't like or like the stupid contests or whatnot. And
yeah,
like
that's lame.
that's a risk we run, I know, as a result of being like online figures. I'm not gonna say it's unreasonable, but like, you know, it does hurt sometimes to get mischaracterized
Oh yeah.
when we're
Yeah, I
just trying to
know.
do our best.
We just
Such
had
a bummer.
someone in the comments of the video we did about the Bionicle game, Bionic Recur Unit, who was trying to suggest that we support essentially war and what's going on in the Middle East currently. And just
Yeah.
out of friggin' nowhere, this person just posted it, and it's like, yeah, these guys
Literally
support all that.
no basis like remotely in this planet.
Yeah,
That
He
is
was just
insane.
straight up like LJ and most of these guys support the conflict of in Palestine, and we don't need to support losers like this.
Oh.
yeah, that's right. So, and Mary, like,
Oh,
you're like,
I want to. Oh,
this is where the controversial part comes in, because I replied to that. I said, no, I don't. No, we don't. And you're a piece of garbage for suggesting that.
for real. Like, first of all, free Palestine. Second of all, screw you.
I don't,
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
don't know where that came from. And like, people have been claiming I'm XYZ ABC for literal years, and it's like, all right,
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, I don't understand it,
yeah.
but
You're nothing bad, LJ Johnson.
Whew. See,
I
guys,
mean,
it's
you have-
I'm just not Liwa, so it's fine.
you
it's
have, you have
fine.
bad opinions.
What?
You have bad opinions. I will say that much.
You want to go?
Mr. Baraki fan.
You want to fight?
Oh, boy.
No, LJ, I don't want to go. I'm literally dying.
Oh,
I've been doing
Ladies,
this. I've been doing this
shut up.
podcast for like almost 5 hours with like a sore throat and like a steadily losing voice.
yeah, that's true. This has been we have been going a while. Well,
There's a part of me there's like a crackhead part of me that wants to take this to like the 5-hour mark.
all right. Well,
But-
good thing I'm the one hosting the actual physical stream. So we're gonna.
We
go
only
ahead.
have 19 minutes left, Mary.
We're gonna go ahead and wrap things up. Oh, wait, hang on. GG
Okay.
Anime in the YouTube chat said LJ kicked my cat once. Dude's pretty evil, not gonna lie.
LJ Cat Kicker Johnson.
Okay.
Mary, I thank you for coming on. I know it was a
Thank you for having me.
shot to the nerves, but you did well
Dude,
as predicted.
I
Hopefully you can see that like our chat is nice. They're not gonna flay you alive.
I was promised on stream up chucking and I feel like
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
it's okay. It's alright.
I shouldn't
all
make
all
that
the
kind of
same
joke,
time,
actually.
everyone.
That's nice.
No, I'm kidding.
Last second super chat from the artist and out on Sneaky Doodle, $2. What kind of psychopath would bully LJ? Not I.
Hell, oh, it's okay. It's only everyone I work with. It's fine.
Yeah.
Now, I am.
We will.
Oh,
Go on.
I was just gonna say, to everyone who has made donations and everyone that has watched consistently throughout this, it genuinely does mean a lot. I very much appreciate it, especially because I'm still on hiatus. Like, I'm not really like back yet. Unfortunately, I work too many hours to like have the energy to put into channel stuff. So the stuff that Meso and I have been doing has been kind of like it's fortuitous timing. We've been able to make it work and able to do it. But I've a part of that hiatus is because a lot of the negative kind of stuff that happened with the canon contests. But a lot of this like I figure out the words. The response to this podcast and seeing all of you be so generous with your time and your finances and everything that you've had to say, it does help kind of remind me that, you know, there are still a lot of people that enjoy the stuff that we do, that get something from it, and I'm extraordinarily grateful for that. Like, I will
like you. The people who are jerks are the minority.
Yeah, and it's sometimes because we were so heavily involved with dealing with those people, and so it's really refreshing and quite humbling to be reminded that those aren't the majority of people. And sometimes I'll say things with like sweeping generalizations and hyperbole in my frustration, but you know, you can't deal in absolutes. The Bionicle community, like any other community, is a complex and multi-layered place. Not everyone is one way, and you know there are a lot of kindness. There is a lot of kindness within it, and it's
So
easy
true.
to forget about that sometimes.
It's really appreciative to see. We've been doing this for a long time, and you know, it's nice to be able to just come on and have like a random late night stream and have like so many people just show up to like hang out and celebrate the hobby. It's really heartwarming, and thank you all for welcoming Mary as well.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for
We gotta-
putting up with my bad takes.
Well, we got a comment here from Bionic Punk. Mary had the best takes. Definitely get her back on live stream.
Aww,
This was fun.
that's so
there you go.
nice. Thank you.
We will drag her back,
I
kicking
know.
and screaming.
There's some takes that are a little questionable.
Boo-hoo, Eljay Johnson.
Trevor Samora, $5. Another one. This was really cool. Thank you muchly, and have a good night. Gotta find the right words to spark a 19-minute conversation. I appreciate the hustle, but no, we'll close it down. My voice is dying rapidly. We will be back with Neck and Jay. I do not know exactly when. I do not want to promise anything like next week. We'll play it by ear and see whenever LJ has a lull on the schedule again. We have the Ninjago versus Bionicle Part 2. Eventually, Mary and I are going to do Hero Factory and G2, and then we'll do a follow-up to that, but that's not going to be for a bit because we're still on break. And then we have 2 other Knack and Jay ideas in the pipeline as well. One to talk about the ever-evolving saga of what Bionicle could look like if it came back, because we've got some more mechs, some more thoughts, and LJ's gone back on his bad opinions, and I want to grill him on air for it.
Listen, I'm not.
And then-
I haven't gone back on my bad opinions. They've just developed further. Okay.
Yeah, the opposite direction.
Okay, it's not the opposite direction. You're the opposite direction, okay? I'm just saying there are
then-
options that we can pursue, that we can look into. Maybe we can find a happy medium, okay?
Yeah. And then I still want to do one where I like dance on Eljay's grave about the Faber like revelations.
It's not
From his
canon.
meeting
It
with
doesn't
Dr.
matter.
Gray.
It's still not canon, Meso. It's still just a thing, okay? It's in the past. Leave the past in the past and just enjoy what's canon, okay? Meso?
So we'll
No.
see in the future whenever we can do those. One more. The artist now known as Stinky Doodle, $2. Hi.
He wants the last word.
The last word. The last word. All right, it's over. Elder, you can play the music.
All right, playing the music.
All right. Thank you guys for listening tonight. I'm Meso.
I'm LJ.
Say your name, Mary.
Oh, I'm Mary. Hi.
And streaming to you from a golden beach, this was Mac and Jay. Farewell.
Also, guys, my name is spelled with an E. It's Johnse on.
No, it's O. Say O always.
Oh.